An old dark house, a murdered man. Relatives gather to find out who will inherit a fortune. Sounds like the plot of dozens of murder mysteries, often comedies, from the 30s and 40s, with stars like Bob Hope, Red Skelton, Boris Karloff, and even Abbott and Costello. The Tonight Show was unusual because it was made in the Cliffhanger serial format. Hi, I'm Catherine Stewart, and this is Atomic Age Pictures. Here, we release a new old serial every first and third Friday of the month at 7 p.m. Mountain Time. Tonight, we are watching Who's Guilty from 1945. Who's Guilty was a rare attempt at a whodunit mystery film in serial form. Some felt the whodunit formula was not ideal for serials, which relied on fast action, fistfights, and chases in various outdoor settings. The script's emphasis on indoor filming and a limited premise, suspicious characters lurking around an old house, resulted, they say, in slowness and repetition. Although producer Sam Katzman went on to make successful serials with mysterious masked villains, he never made another murder mystery serial. In the opinion of author William C. Klein, Robert Kent, as police investigator Bob Stewart, was the only sane characterization in a complicated melange of victims and suspects. Other characters seemed lost in a swirl of plots, counterplots, and cross-plots that none of them could understand. Maybe so, but we'll let you be the judge. Before we roll the film, please make sure to like and subscribe, and check out our second channel, Atomic Age Originals, for our original productions. Some starring me. Now, released on December 13, 1945, here is Who's Guilty?
I brought you a midnight snack, Mr. Henry. Here, eat something, Mr. Henry. It's late.
Please, Mrs. Dill, will you stop bothering me?
There's no sense of killing yourself for a lot of relatives who show no appreciation for your kindness.
You're right. They've never appreciated anything I've done for them.
And why don't you let them shift for themselves?
Unfortunately, our finances are linked so tightly together that I have to work for them and protect them to save myself.
In the 20 years I've served you, I've never heard them say or do one kind thing for you.
That'll be all, Mrs. Dill.
There's something else, Mr. Henry.
Well,
I've had another warning.
I have no time now to listen to your foolish spirit messages.
But this one isn't foolish. The voice said that grave danger was lurking near. Very near.
I said it was nonsense. Will you leave me alone?
Be careful. I believe in the messages. Good evening, Henry. Walter! Keep your hand away from that phone. I could have you arrested, Walter, for breaking into my home like this. Don't forget, we're brothers. The police might not believe you. You could have entered by the front gate like anyone else. How did you get in here without your watchdog Patton knowing it? That's my secret. I've tried in every way possible to see you, but you're either out or won't answer the phone. What do you want? My share of the money from the estate. Sit down and we'll discuss it. I won't be here long enough to sit down. And there'll be no discussion, Henry. Now open that safe and give me what's coming to me. I don't have that amount of cash in the house. Besides, I'll have to look over our accounts. I don't really know how much you're entitled to. Close to $250,000. Nothing like that. But we'll forget that for the moment. Now, I'll get the accounts together. You spend the night here as my guest. And tomorrow, Black will start to prepare a statement for you. How long will that take? Oh, about a week. Now, Walter, you don't understand big business. I've tried to explain that to you and to Sarah and to Morgan. All the money is invested. You simply can't get that amount of cash together at a moment's notice. I've listened to your talk on big business long enough. Granted, it takes you and that tricky lawyer of yours a week to get things in order. All right. I'll be back in a week. And I want my share, cash on the line. No more stalls, understand? That's the way you want it. But you're making a mistake. Now, if you let your money ride a little longer, I'll make more profit. I've heard that before, too. I want a settlement or else... Very well. But you're acting foolishly, Walter. You might just as well be my guest. I decline the polite hospitality, Henry. I'll be watching every move you make. And I advise against any tricks. Oh. And another thing. Don't tell anyone I was here. Remember, I can get in here anytime I want to. A fool. I'll settle with him.
I'm sorry to have disturbed you, sir, but I thought I heard someone talking.
You did, Patton. My brother Walter was just here.
Mr. Walter? Was he here?
He was.
Did he make the usual demands?
Yes. And this time I'll have to do something.
Have you any ideas, sir?
Not yet. But he threatened me, Patton. He means to kill me.
Easy, Carla. These extinguishers aren't any good against a blaze like that. They're calling your report. Right.
Come in. Don't signs mean anything to you?
Sure. Howdy, Bob. Oh, I know. Welcome.
That personal mail is under that first flap of the folder.
Thanks.
You know, I think you would.
Oh, now, you know, the nosy reporters make the most money. That is, most of them.
There's more going on over the city police headquarters.
Ah, run-of-the-mill stuff, Bob. Man down, man up, code 3, loud radio, illegal parking on Adams and Spruce. Now, you know I can't print that.
Yeah, I know things are getting bad. Pretty soon you newspaper fellas are going to have to go out and commit a crime or two of your own just so you'll have something to write about.
Yeah. Get a load of this.
Sedan driven by Henry Calvert left highway a quarter of a mile above the bottom of Saunders grade. Car is burning furiously. Body of man and car thought to be that of Henry Calvert.
See? What'd I tell you? And what of it? The old man lived long enough, had plenty of money to enjoy himself while he was here. Now, is that startling news?
Want to go along and have a look?
Might as well. I'll go for the ride.
Okay, we'll go in just a minute.
Hey, wait a minute. How come you're so interested in a routine checkup of a car accident?
Just at the moment, that's my personal business.
And what about that letter you got out of your personal file?
Opportunity knocks only once.
Oh, come on, Bob. Give a pal a break, will you? I gotta get something to bring to the boss.
You're doing well over 50 miles an hour, Mr. Stewart.
Probably went out of control.
Is there enough there for identification?
Yeah, these cards and this license all point to Henry Calvert.
Hey, what's cooking, Bob?
I don't know yet, Duke. This accident doesn't look right to me.
Suicide?
Well, it could have been, but I'm wondering what that piece of rope had to do with it. The hand throttle's pulled all the way out.
Well, it does look funny, but old man Calvert wasn't the kind of a guy to bump himself off. He had too much to live for.
I thought of that, too. There are a lot easier ways to take your own life. Hey, officer, when the wreckers take that car in, don't let them touch a thing, especially that piece of rope.
Yes, sir.
Yes, Patton?
Horace Black, open the gate.
Yes, Mr. Black. And please be sure that the electric eye closes the gates after you have entered.
How do you do, Mr. Black?
Patton? You'll take your orders from me from now on, Patton.
That is, if I think your orders are necessary.
Oh, Mr. Black, I'm so glad you arrived.
How do you do, Mrs. Dill? Now, there's nothing to get excited about. Just be calm.
Oh, I know it, I know it. If he'd only listened to me, the voice gave me the warning.
I'm not interested in your fool messages, Mrs. Dill.
That's what he said. If he'd only been careful. Evil forces plotted his death, I know it.
She's been saying that for years.
You're both glad that he's dead. Do you hear me? Glad!
That'll be enough, Mrs. Dill. I've notified his brothers, Walter and Morgan, to come here at once. Also his sister, Sarah.
I'll get things ready. I suppose they'll want to stay here 3 or 4 days for the reading of the will.
Yes. Now you two leave me. I have work to do.
has arrived, and he's notified the others to come for a reading of the will.
Good. We'll be waiting for them.
Any further instructions?
Not for the present.
What do we do now? Walk the rest of the way? That must be one of the poor relatives. They won't let in the front way.
Stewart, State Bureau of Investigation.
Sorry, Mr. Stewart, I have no authorization to let you in.
You haven't any authority to keep me out either. Come on, open up.
Very well, sir.
And be quick about it, too. You go ahead and drive in. I'll close the gate.
Gags to keep you out of my office.
Now what? There's that poor relation again.
What are you carrying that thing, Rock?
What have you got to say for yourself?
Give me my bag.
You permit to carry this gun?
What business is it of yours?
My name is Bob Stewart, State Bureau of Investigation.
And my name is Ruth Allen, and now if you'll give me back my bag, I'll continue with my affairs.
Why didn't you come in the front gate like everyone else?
Well, the telephone wouldn't work.
What's your business here?
I don't have to answer that.
Do you know anyone on this estate?
Why don't you take me up to the house and find out?
It's a very good idea. My car's right over here.
I've never seen this young lady, but I do know there is such a person as Ruth Allen. She's mentioned in Mr. Calvert's will.
Papers in her purse seem to indicate she's Miss Allen.
Well, are you satisfied, Mr. Stewart?
Almost. Except for
A gun?
Yeah, only she uses it like a blackjack.
Miss Allen, I believe that your father was once a business associate of Mr. Henry.
Yes, he was. That's why I intend to be here when the will is read.
Well, unfortunately, you'll have to wait till I make a trip to the city. About a week ago, Mr. Henry Calvert ordered me to bring the will here for changes. And he insisted on keeping both copies in that safe.
both copies are missing?
That's right. As well as some valuable bonds and a small amount of cash and some jewels. I'm in hopes of finding one of the copies of the will in the safe deposit box.
Yes?
Hello, Patton. Morgan Calvert. Open up this confounded prison.
Yes, sir. Setup over before I stick my neck out.
But if you're related to these people and you got a wire, I don't see why we...
Look, Rita, after you've seen your new in-laws, you'll understand why it's smart to go in this way.
And you left New York before you received Mr. Black's wire advising you of your brother's accident.
Of course he did. I sent the death telegram only an hour ago.
I knew you'd be back to get what you could.
Oh, hello, Mrs. Dill. How are you?
You know you don't care how I am. You've been mean and hateful all your life.
Who's this woman?
That's my wife. Rita, Mrs. Dill, my dear Uncle Henry's housekeeper.
So you thought you could afford a wife now that he's gone and probably left you something in the will. Goodness knows why he should.
Look here, Mrs. Dill, I don't know what you're talking about, but you can keep a civil tongue in your head. Uncle Walter wired me he's having a showdown with Uncle Henry, and I figured I'd better get over here.
Yes, and maybe Mr. Walter killed him, too.
Have the spirits been talking to you again?
Don't act like you didn't know it. Mr. Henry has passed on. You'll be glad of that.
I'll get back in the city as soon as possible. In the meantime, I'll have rooms assigned to you. I suppose you'll want to stay, Mr. Stewart?
Yes, I will. You can count me in. I'll take the padded cell.
Quiet, Duke.
Yes, sir?
I'm leaving for the city, Patton. You and Mrs. Dill assign rooms to our guests.
At once, Mr. Black.
Black has ordered me to assign rooms for the guests.
Very well. Instruct Mrs. Dill to give my dear brother Morgan the master bedroom.
Yes, sir.
Follow me, please.
I think it would be fitting if Mr. Morgan had the master's room. I am sure that Mr. Henry would have wanted it that way.
Go up and get us a room, will you, Duke? I have some work to do.
Okay. Oh,
I think I'll wait for you. Go on.
oh, I don't like this place. People run it.
Operator, get me State Police Headquarters. Hello, this is Stewart. Put out a general broadcast. Pick up a man by the name of Walter Calvert. Between 53 and 55 years old. Weight about 190. Gray hair. Hold for suspicion of murder. That's right. You can reach me at the Calvert place. Bye.
Thought you'd gone up to your room, Miss Allen.
Why did you send that message?
I'm asking the questions, not answering them.
You're making a mistake. Walter Calvert didn't kill Henry.
Just what is your connection with the Calverts?
I won't answer that. But I'll tell you this much. I'll do anything I can to keep you from blaming Henry's death on Walter.
Mr. Bennett, I didn't recognize you.
What's going on here?
This is Mr. Kurt Bennett, Mr. Henry's nephew, and Mr. Stewart of the State Bureau of Investigation.
This is my wife, Rita. How do you do? You're here to attend the reading of the will, Mr. Bennett?
No, as a matter of fact, I didn't know Uncle Henry was dead. We're just visiting.
I see. The phone at the gate was out of order, is that it?
Huh? Yeah, that's it.
Now, look here, Kurt. I don't know what this is all about, but I'm not going to get into trouble. Tell the truth.
Keep your mouth shut.
I will not. He got a wire from his Uncle Walter asking him to come here for a showdown with Henry Calvert.
She's right, Mr. Stewart. We aren't looking for trouble.
You two go up to the house.
Is it all right if we go back to our car to get our bags?
Yes, but don't go away.
Where did that come from? I don't know.
She threatened my life.
What about that, Miss Allen?
Oh, she's exaggerating.
She tried to make me tell her where Walter went after he left here. I don't know what she's talking about.
Walter Calvert was here. Someone saw him. He sent the telegrams from the village.
Take me out of here before she kills me.
Calm yourself, Mrs. Dill. Calm.
You know, Miss Allen, if you don't stop interfering, I'm going to have to lock you up.
Something tells me she don't like you.
Yeah, something tells me she knows a lot more than she pretends.
All right, come on, Bob. What gives? Do you suppose that Walter guy is hiding here and he did fix up Henry in that accident?
Could be.
Could be, he says. How about that letter you took out of your files? Could that have anything to do with it?
Yes, Patton?
Mrs. Sarah Caldwell has arrived.
Sarah, that's Henry's sister.
This is Mr. Stewart of the State Board of Investigation.
How you doing, Mrs. Caldwell?
I knew the police would get mixed up in our affairs sooner or later.
Why do you say that?
You don't know this family very well, do you, Mr. Stewart? I'd like to talk to Mr. Black.
He's gone to the city.
Who is this person?
Duke Ellis of the press.
Yes, ma'am, and I'd like to have an interview.
I dislike newspapers and the men who print them.
When did you learn of Henry's death, Mrs. Caldwell?
I can read the papers. So you came back, too, to gloat over his death. Unfortunately, I'm not a liar. Henry's death leaves me unmoved. Perhaps the rest of us can get what is ours now. This way.
For Pete's sake, Bob, break down. Well, what's this all about?
I'm still piecing it together myself. But we'll know more when Black gets back from town.
Why did I ever get into this?
You wanted a good story? This might be it. A nice murder mystery.
Hey, do you think that Walter did murder Henry or something like that?
I found no copies of the will in any of the safety deposit vaults. Furthermore, the bank account has been drained, and all negotiable securities have vanished.
Vanished? Why, that's ridiculous.
The withdrawals were made by Henry Calvert himself 2 days before his death.
There are but two conclusions. One, that Henry Calvert hid his fortune before he died, or that Walter Calvert got it.
You have no right to say that.
Miss Allen, I'm not dealing in personalities. Please sit down. 5 days before Henry Calvert met his death, I received this letter in his own handwriting. In it, he says that his life has been threatened. He requested that in the event of his death, we investigate to make sure he died of natural causes. I have every reason to believe that he did not die of natural causes.
We may as well admit it. Any one of us here hated him enough to have caused his death. And this representative of the law should be told all the unpleasant facts about this family.
All right, Sarah, you do the talking.
I don't think she can.
All right.
That note must be found by Morgan tonight.
It will be. Did you lose something, Mr. Ellis?
No, thanks. Oh, yes. My good sense, or I wouldn't be in this nut house. Oh.
We'll make a thorough search of the house for the missing will.
And the money, if you don't mind. There isn't much we can do except wait for Walter.
I have an idea that will be a very long wait. Don't you think so, Mr. Stewart?
See that everybody's comfortable, Patton.
Yes, sir.
Bob, I wouldn't ask that butler to make anybody comfortable. I tell you, that guy's guilty.
Guilty of what?
I don't know. He just looks guilty, that's all.
You need some sleep. Come on.
Sleep in this place? Are you kidding? Go to the tomb at midnight if you want to find the money.
I could ask you the same question.
You're not ruin my chances of getting the person coming to me now.
Up that gun.
I wish you'd stop meddling in my affairs, Mr. Stewart. I'm perfectly capable of taking care of myself.
So I see.
These people in that death chamber. Was it really Henry Calvert who met death in that automobile crash? Don't miss The Unknown Strikes, the second thrilling chapter of Who's Guilty, at this theater next week. Stewart of the State Bureau of Investigation, who's been assigned to the Calvert case, a baffling mystery crowded with intrigue. Many people had good reasons to do away with Henry Calvert. For instance, Mrs. Dill, his housekeeper. But she didn't hate Henry. She loved him. Patton, the butler, is a likely suspect. And yet he's apparently tried to help the police. The lawyer, Horace Black, knows much about the deceased man's affairs, perhaps too much. Ruth Allen certainly knows a lot more about the whole affair than she'll tell. Kurt Bennett, the nephew, and his charming wife, Rita, knew Henry's mysterious brother, Walter Calvert. They might be guilty. Sarah Caldwell, the sister of the dead man, is the most bitter of all. She's admitted that she had every reason to plot her brother's death, but Sarah denies that she had any part in a conspiracy. Last but not least, we have the newspaper reporter, Duke Ellis. On second thought, it couldn't be. Now you've met them all. If one of them, just one of them, would tell the truth, I'm sure you'd know who's guilty. Believing that the Calvert fortune is hidden in a tomb on the estate, Morgan Calvert goes there at midnight. He's followed by Ruth Allen, but discovers this and traps her in the tomb. As Bob Stewart comes to her aid, a mysterious figure closes and locks the door.
I wish you'd stop meddling in my affairs, Mr. Stewart. I'm perfectly capable of taking care of myself.
So I see.
Sir, at once.
What's the idea of staying down here all night when you have a comfortable bed upstairs? Come on, what's the matter? Don't you know me?
Morgan Calvert.
No, Duke.
No, Morgan Calvert's still in there.
Hey, don't touch it. Why not?
Fingerprints.
Keep back, this is full of gas. I wish somebody would let me know what's going on. What is she doing here?
We followed Morgan Calvert into the... Then we were gassed.
Are you sure?
Sure as I can be.
What about Morgan?
He's still in there. I was too late. He's dead.
From the gas?
No, it wasn't poisonous. None of us would be alive.
Who killed him?
I'm not sure yet, but I found this... How do you feel?
Weak. I've got an awful headache.
Have you any idea how we got out of that vault?
No.
Oh, now, wait a minute. You mean you passed out in there and came to out here?
That's right.
Oh, there's got to be something wrong somewhere.
Well, very smart. Maybe you can tell me what it is. Why were you following Morgan Calvert?
Well, I heard him leave his room and sneak down the hall, and then I followed him to see where he was going.
Why the sudden interest in his affairs?
Well, I can't tell you that.
You mean you won't?
Very well, then I won't.
Time is coming, Miss Allen, when you'll either tell what you know or go to jail. Mr. Calvert was killed in that vault. Perhaps when you were in there with him.
It's very fortunate, isn't it, that I have someone to share the guilt. Don't forget, Mr. Stewart, that you were in there, too. Now I don't feel like talking anymore tonight.
Well, don't leave the estate without my permission.
Don't worry, I won't. Not because of your threat, but because I intend to find out what's become of the Calvert fortune.
Looks to me like somebody was set back on his heels.
You stay right here and don't let anyone go into that vault. I'm going to check on the others.
Stay here alone?
Well, I can't believe you're afraid, Duke.
You can't. It's funny, I'm convinced.
Have Sergeant Smith bring the fingerprint outfit. Notify the coroner. Tell him how to make it snappy. Goodbye.
Do you mind telling me where you're going at this time of night?
Making my rounds as I do every night.
Where have you been for the past hour?
In the basement, in my workshop.
Can you prove that?
I can vouch for him.
Go ahead.
The idiot's been pounding something down here for the past hour. I had to dress and come down to shut him up.
Have either of you seen Morgan Calvert tonight?
Not since our meeting. Why? Has anything happened?
Can you hear anything interesting, dearie?
Where have you been for the past hour?
Where would a woman of my years and obvious respectability be at such a time?
That's what I'm trying to find out.
Young man, your question flatters me, even though it's not meant to. Otherwise, it's entirely senseless. Good night.
Good night.
You didn't answer my question about Walter Calvert.
I know it.
This is Stewart. You mind opening up for a moment?
Just wanted to see if you were both all right. Have you seen or heard anything out of the ordinary?
No, I always sleep well. Clear conscience, you know.
Sorry to have bothered you. Just checking.
I see. Where were we at the time of the crime, huh? What's happened now?
I'm collecting information, not giving it out.
So I noticed. But not much luck, huh? So long.
Oh, Duke.
Oh, no. Oh, Bob.
Is everything all right?
I guess so. I thought I saw the door of the vault open. Maybe I'm just seeing things. You know, it's kind of spooky around here.
Get on the gate and let the boys in when they get here, will you?
Okay. What are you going to do with the bottle?
Well, I'm going to get a sample of that gas.
Oh, now, wait. How are you going to get gas in that bottle?
Look, the bottle is full of water. I take it into the vault. I empty the water out. As I do that, a sample of the gas goes in. I seal it. There you are. Now get going.
Science is certainly wonderful.
I can't find any fingerprints. Somebody's wiped it off clean.
Try the other side. Maybe you did see that door open. Are you sure you're awake?
I couldn't sleep if I wanted to, and I didn't want to.
Yes, Jones?
The doctor reports that Morgan Calvert died of strangulation. There were definite marks and bruises on his throat.
Has the gas been analyzed?
Yes, it's carbon dioxide.
Check all sales on CO2 cylinders around here in the past month.
Yes, sir.
Smith, look the place over carefully. See if there's any other way in or out of this place. I'm going up the house and talk to the relatives. Where's Miss Allen?
Upstairs, I guess. She was told to be here.
If you ask me, you ought to keep an eye on that girl.
I didn't ask you. That isn't a bad idea. I'll take that ring, Miss Allen.
I haven't got it.
And how do you know what ring I'm talking about? All right, give. Let's have it. The initials are WFC, aren't they? Is Walter Calvert's middle initial F?
How should I know?
Just a minute. You know more than you're telling. Have you seen or communicated with Walter Calvert since you've been here?
Certainly not.
Don't you think everything indicates Walter Calvert killed both his brothers?
No, he'd never do a thing like that.
What makes you so sure?
I don't know. I just am, that's all.
Just what is your connection with Walter Calvert?
My father loaned him money to finance his mine after Henry Calvert had refused to.
And you haven't seen or heard of him since?
No. I wish I had. Furthermore, why don't you find out? It's your job.
That's what I'm trying to do. I'd appreciate a little cooperation. You know, we have 2 counts on you already. First, illegal possession of firearms. Now, illegal entry and suppressing evidence. Oh, well, I got a lot to lock you up on.
Why don't you? You're always threatening to.
I don't know. Sometimes I wonder. Oh, come on. We're keeping them waiting downstairs. Let's go. So the medical officer's report and my own observations indicate that Morgan Calvert was murdered. Perhaps Henry Calvert was, too. I expect a report on that later. Meanwhile, I'm asking that none of you leave. I'm asking, you'll note. Hope I won't be forced to make it an order.
But I have some very important business to take care of.
I'll make an exception in your case. You'll have to find Henry Calvert's will, too.
You needn't order me to remain. I mean to get what's left of the money.
After I've got mine.
Of course. You and your dear wife. That reminds me, I haven't congratulated you yet. I don't know which of you to give my sympathy.
First time I knew you had any to spare, Aunt Sarah.
Save your family quarrels until later. Have any of you seen or heard from Walter Calvert since you arrived? Has anyone any reason to believe that Walter Calvert is here?
Somebody killed Henry and Morgan. Walter wired us to come here for a showdown. Doesn't that prove he did it?
No, it doesn't.
Then who did? None of us have seen Walter for 20 years. He went away to Mexico and left us to fight our own battles, and his too.
That's not true.
It seems to me Miss Allen knows more about Walter than any of us.
Yes, I've already discovered that. If any of you receive a mysterious unsigned letter, bring it to me at once. That's all.
Hello?
That girl in the library.
Well, you mean Miss Allen? What about her?
She's dangerous. You must get rid of her.
Why?
Because she is not Ruth Allen. Now do as I say tonight.
Set. If anybody moves around, we'll nab them.
Good. You cover the inside, Smith, and keep an eye on that Patton. I'll be up in my room.
Oh, you're going to see a lot of me.
That's too bad. Why?
Oh, this case is hot news. My boss told me to stay with it till it's finished or I am. Now, I can depend on you, Bob.
Good night, Smith.
You'll help me, won't you?
Good night, Mr. Stewart.
Good night, Mr. Ellis.
Oh, that man. What's new? Any more murders since I saw you?
No, but there's liable to be one if you don't keep out of my hair.
Okay, if you don't want my expert assistance. What's that? Come on, give.
All right, but it's off the record until I tell you different.
Go to the tomb at midnight if you want to find the money. Did you just get this?
No, it was found on Morgan Calvert's body this morning.
Herself Ruth Allen. Is she to meet the same fate that befell Morgan Calvert? Who's behind this sinister plotting? Don't fail to see Held for Murder, the third thrill-packed chapter of Who's Guilty, at this theater next week. This is Bob Stewart of the State Bureau of Investigation, who's been assigned to the Calvert case, a baffling mystery crowded with intrigue. Many people had good reasons to do away with Henry Calvert. For instance, Mrs. Dill, his housekeeper. But she didn't hate Henry. She loved him.
Patton, the butler, is a likely suspect, and yet he's apparently tried to help the police. The lawyer, Horace Black, knows much about the deceased man's affairs, perhaps too much. Ruth Allen certainly knows a lot more about the whole affair than she'll tell. Kurt Bennett, the nephew, and his charming wife, Rita, knew Henry's mysterious brother, Walter Calvert. They might be guilty. Sarah Caldwell, the sister of the dead man, is the most bitter of all. She's admitted that she had every reason to plot her brother's death, but Sarah denies that she had any part in the conspiracy. Last but not least, we have the newspaper reporter, Duke Ellis. On second thought, it couldn't be. Now you've met them all. If one of them, just one of them, would tell the truth, I'm sure you'd know who's guilty. Ruth Allen is warned by a mystery note to remain in her room. Not knowing that sinister forces have marked her for death, she allows physical and mental exhaustion to dull her alertness. The menace of the murder mansion again stalks through the night.
What's the matter, Mrs. Cole? Get some water, please.
That closet. In there.
What are you doing in there, Mrs. Dill?
Getting these.
She was not. She was spying on me.
If I was, what have you to hide, Sarah? You won't answer that, will you? I'll tell Mr. Stewart. She's scheming with her other brothers against Mr. Henry.
That's a lie. Get over here.
Just a moment. This won't get us any place.
No, thank you. I'm all right now.
Oh, brother. Can I use that? Hey, this might be poison. Oh, is there a doctor in the house? Help!
Miss Allen. Anyone seen Miss Allen? You have a set of pass keys? Follow me. Come along, Mrs. Dill. You too. She's gone. Looks like she was just resting and really gone to bed.
Maybe Miss Allen just went for a walk. There's nothing to get worried about.
Well, I'm sure she never left by the front stairs. I'm not sure I even heard her scream. We'll make a quick check of the house and the grounds.
May I return to my work now, Mr. Stewart?
Yeah. Stop playing hide and seek in other people's closets. Will you two please go to your room till I send for you?
Say, what is this? Are we under suspicion?
No, Mrs. Bennett. Just a precautionary measure.
Do you think, No, no use in asking you.
Where's Duke? What's the matter with you?
Oh, I'm a sick man. I thought I was poisoned. I took some of this medicine, and now, brother, I'm dying. Oh.
Well, from the looks of this, you're just trying to put a coat on your tongue. You're not poisoned. Come on, help us find Miss Allen.
Isn't she in a room?
You are sick. We'll organize your men, Sergeant. Start with the first floor. First floor.
she's between the pages of the books in the library.
There's only one conclusion. She isn't in the house. Have you checked on Patton, Sergeant?
The last time I saw him, he was in that basement workshop of his.
See if he's still down there, Duke. You and I'll take the grounds.
Leave it to me. Say, maybe I ought to have some company.
Mr. Ellis, come right in. You're just in time.
Time? In time for what?
To help me test the edge of this knife.
Oh, I gotta see it, man.
Mrs. Dill always insists that her kitchen knives be as sharp as a razor.
Yeah.
Now, let me have one of your hairs. Now, hold it out like this.
Like this?
Yes, just like that. Now, hold still, or I'm liable to cut your little finger.
Yeah, clear up to my shoulder.
Oh, now you've dropped the hair. Well, I'll try another one.
No, wait. Here. There. The sword and take. Pick what you want.
Now, hold it up. You see? All the wood. Yeah, I'm pretty good with a knife. Here, hold it up like this. And I can cut that with my eyes closed.
Not tonight. You better get upstairs. Miss Allen's gone again, and Bob Stewart wants to see you.
This is very distressing. I'll go at once. Oh, after you, Mr.
Oh, no, you're too kind. After you, Mr. Patton.
I'm sorry, sir. I didn't hear any screams. The noise of the grinding wheel must have drowned them out.
That's what he was doing when I found him.
No luck. She's gone. Well, we've looked everywhere but the barn.
Well, she'd hardly be there, sir. It's surrounded by dense undergrowth, and it's not part of this estate.
Well, she may have been taken there. No sense in all of us going. You might look around, see if you can find anything.
We will not do away with the girl yet.
But you said she is dangerous.
She is, but I have another plan, and it will accomplish two purposes. Now listen carefully.
Spread out and work quietly. I want to get into that place without anyone knowing it.
Don't worry, I'll be as quiet as a mouse.
Don't be alarmed, Miss Allen. I'm here to help you.
Patton, where am I?
Now, you must get away from this place at once.
Miss Allen.
It wouldn't be well if they found you now. Besides, I have some important news.
Miss Allen. Sergeant Smith, look in that old harness room.
Hey, Bob, nothing in here. No trace of her anywhere, Mr. Stewart.
You must go to Mexico at once. There you can contact Mr. Walter.
How do you know this, Patton?
I'm trying to fulfill a debt that I've owed Mr. Walter for years. He was my friend. I'm risking my own safety to help you. And there are many things that I can't explain. But if you leave here quickly, you can contact and save Mr. Walter and yourself.
Well, how do I get out of here without being seen?
I'll guide you. Now, if you see Mr. Walter in Mexico, that will serve your purpose, won't it?
There are many things I can't tell you, Patton. So we'll have to have a mutual trust between us.
Very well, miss. I will see you to your car outside the gate. Oh, you'll need some money. Here.
Thank you, Patton.
Isn't in there. He must have left the estate. Jones, phone headquarters. Have them put out an all-point bulletin to pick up Ruth Allen. Mark an emergency.
Yes, sir.
The girl calling herself Ruth Allen has left for Mexico as you wanted it.
Good. Now send this telegram to Burke in Mexico.
All right, I'm ready.
yourself Ruth Allen en route there. Calvert.
Look, Burke, why didn't the old man use her right name?
If that's the name she's traveling under, that's the name we'll use to find her.
Well, I don't like it. What do you suppose she's snooping around here for?
She's dynamite to our plans. But if we're smart, and we've got to be smart, we'll see her before she sees us.
But, señorita, to go out to the Carolina this time will be like a 12 money to the state. The fiesta, mucho business here in town.
But I'll pay you well. It's urgent.
How much?
Double the amount you could make if you stayed in town. All right, 3 times as much.
No, señorita, I cannot do it.
All right, then I'll pay you anything you want.
I'm sorry, señorita. I must go.
Buenos dias, señorita. You know, this fiesta business kind of cramping our style.
No, I think it'll help us. We'll get into costume for the ball tonight. She can't spot us then.
The elevator's to your right.
Thank you.
Oh, Miss Allen, would you like to attend the masquerade ball tonight? I think I could arrange costume for you.
Well, thank you, but I have some very important business to tend to. On second thought, I think I will take that costume.
I'll send it up to your room, señorita.
Thank you.
Well, he could have been a little more definite with his plans.
Oh, I figure he thought we'd know what to do.
Nice detecting, old sleuth, running down a copy of that wire.
Doesn't look so good, Duke. You notice this says girl calling herself Ruth Allen.
Yeah, I was wondering about that. Remind me to ask her who she really is when we get to Mexico.
Think she'll tell me the truth? You know, I have a hunch this wire was used as bait. Come on, step on it. We only have 10 minutes to make the airport.
Anyone who looks like the girl yet? No luck yet. You better wait in the booth with our friend. Stay here and keep your eyes open.
Now, shut up. We're in this thing now and you're going through it.
Mika's in the booth. Stick around to be ready for cover.
Will the señorita do me the honor of this dance?
Why, yes.
Saw so much beauty in all my life. Brother, am I going to enjoy this assignment?
Listen, Casanova, if you must pop your eyes, I'll see if you can spot Ruth Allen.
Oh, it'll be a pleasure looking over these gals.
I have been engaged in the mining business. We make plenty of money.
Really? I had some friends in the same business, in this vicinity.
Yeah? Perhaps I know them.
Yeah, I see what you mean. I get it. Now, am I going to tell who's married and who isn't?
That's easy, Duke. When they slap you in the face, they're married.
Thanks.
Hey, that girl looks like she might be Ruth Allen.
I am glad to be of service to Senorita. The man for whom you seek is in there. Please enter, Senorita. There is nothing to be afraid of. Senorita, this is Senor Walter Calvert. Won't you be seated, Miss Allen?
How did you know my name?
We know all about you, Miss Allen. She's taken a long trip just to talk to you, Mr. Calvert.
Yes? What can I do for you?
Well, really, I don't want to bother you. Perhaps some other time.
Oh, it's no trouble at all, Senorita.
I suppose it wouldn't be to you, Burke. Nor to you either, whoever you are. Now, where is Walter Calvert?
Just what is your game? And why are you using a phony name?
You ought to know, Burke.
Stand still.
Burke, I'm getting out of this. I'm through.
You killed him. I didn't touch him. I don't even know the man.
He killed Rink.
Duke survive this murderous attack? How can they disprove the murder charge that faces them? Be sure to see A Killer at Bay, the fourth action chapter of Who's Guilty, at this theater next week. Stewart of the State Bureau of Investigation, who's been assigned to the Calvert case. A baffling mystery crowded with intrigue. Many people had good reasons to do away with Henry Calvert. For instance, Mrs. Dill, his housekeeper. But she didn't hate Henry. She loved him. Patton, the butler, is a likely suspect. And yet he's apparently tried to help the police. The lawyer, Horace Black, knows much about the deceased man's affairs. Perhaps too much. Ruth Allen certainly knows a lot more about the whole affair than she'll tell. Kurt Bennett, the nephew, and his charming wife, Rita, knew Henry's mysterious brother, Walter Calvert. They might be guilty. Sarah Caldwell, the sister of the dead man, is the most bitter of all. She's admitted that she had every reason to plot her brother's death. But Sarah denies that she had any part in the conspiracy. Last but not least, we have the newspaper reporter, Duke Ellis. On second thought, it couldn't be. Now you've met them all. If one of them, just one of them, would tell the truth, I'm sure you'd know who's guilty. Stewart and Duke Ellis have trailed Ruth Allen to Mexico. Recognized by Burke, Calvert's mine foreman, Ruth is led into a trap. Attempting to aid her, Bob and Duke find themselves faced with a charge of murder.
He killed Rink.
identification, please. I thought perhaps it was you, Mr. Stewart. I'm Captain Rodriguez. Your request for assistance was turned over to me.
Very glad to meet you, Captain. Though I expected it'd be under different circumstances.
I have been watching Miss Allen, as you ask, but she seems to have gone.
She was in here. We saw her with several men.
That's right. We heard a scream. But when we come in here, we found that.
Oh, this is Duke Ellis of the press, Captain.
How do you do?
Speak freely in front of him. I censor all his copy.
An excellent arrangement. Now, we must find out what has happened to Miss Allen. These men are not the murderers. One of them is an American officer. Sigan bailando. Empiecen la música. Vamos, vamos. Retírese. Capitán Rodriguez, la muchacha y dos hombres se acaban de ir en un auto. Uno de ellos es de la mina de Calvert. Two men have just left in a car with a girl. Will you join the search?
Yes, let's go.
Quédese aquí hasta que venga el juez. Vamos. Those men are from the Calvert mine. We'll go there first.
Okay, Jose. And when we have a little time, there are a few questions I'd like to ask you about Walter Calvert.
Sí, certainly. ¿Has visto a alguien?
A nadie, capitán.
Entonces síguenos.
Muy bien.
He's Pancho, my assistant. A very good man.
There's no one in the place.
Oh, don't let that fool you. What's to stop anybody from locking it like that and then going back through the window?
That.
Well, it was a good idea. Lock it and then go into... Oh, don't leave me.
¿Descubriste algo? No, nada.
Any other ideas?
No, but I smell gasoline.
This is probably their oil shed, so what?
I don't care. Every time I smell gasoline, it means trouble.
Don't mind him, Captain. Thinks he's gifted with second sight, but he's always just a few seconds late.
Okay, but you wait and see.
Those men might return here. I suggest I leave Pancho to hide somewhere nearby and keep watch.
Good idea. Then we can go someplace and have that talk I spoke about.
Nice fellow.
Da la vuelta por aquel camino y escóndete. Está alerta a ver qué pasa.
Sí, capitán. He'll have to go at least 2 miles or they'll hear him.
He knows what he's doing.
Now we can go somewhere and have that little conference you wanted. I'm sure that Walter Calvert left here on the date you mentioned. Also, I am positive that nobody has seen him return.
And you've never seen Miss Allen before?
No, but I am not very well acquainted here. I was sent in from another district.
I'm anxious to know her connection with Calvert.
Perhaps we will, when we find her.
She sent that telegram to cover up her getaway.
Knowing we find it and follow her. He's a good newspaper man, though.
Don't worry. If you listened to my advice, we'd have solved this case twice.
He has all the wrong people in jail, the right ones still at large.
Okay, have it your way. I get paid by the week. The longer, the better. That's your man, Pancho. But don't ask me how I know.
I can imagine.
They have returned to the mine, 4 men and the girl.
Too bad they were not earlier. It'll be daylight before we can get there.
All right, let's wait until tonight. Here we go again.
advantage with the young lady in there.
Yes, we are, Captain.
Why don't you go out and give yourself up? They'd be glad to get you for killing Riggs.
Maybe if we let the girl go, they let us go.
Why don't you go out and tell them that? Oh, you've got nothing to lose.
See what he wants. You better circle around the shack and make sure that it's not a trap.
Come on, Duke. Oh no. I want to stay right here, this nice, safe rock.
The shooting's all over.
It's all over. Yeah, I wait till they get a good aim at me. Get me out in the clear.
If we turn the girl over to you, will you let us go?
There is a more serious matter to consider. The murder of Riggs.
Keep your eyes on Meeker. He's liable to cross us out.
Miss Allen, that is your name. I think you and I are due for a long talk.
You mean I'm under arrest?
I'm sorry, senorita, but I must hold you.
What about that fellow who got away in the car?
Yeah, we'll go after him. Will you guard this murderer for me?
I ain't no murderer.
Yes, he is. He killed Riggs. I saw him.
Promise. All right, stand over there. Give me that rope. And you stay put like Bob said, or I'll tie you up too.
Gee, aren't you ferocious? Still like to play cowboys and Indians, don't you?
amigo.
So's yours, Jose.
Well, looks like we'll have to carry him back to the car.
In there. Never mind that for a moment. Do you mind if I look through these desks?
Of course not. We must clear up this business of Walter Calvert, now that we have the murderer of Reese.
Suicidal mania destroyed Bob Stewart also? What is the so-called Ruth Allen's connection with Walter Calvert? Who is behind this deadly plot? Don't miss Human Bait, the 5th smashing chapter of Who's Guilty, at this theater next week. This is Bob Stewart of the State Bureau of Investigation, who's been assigned to the Calvert case, a baffling mystery crowded with intrigue. Many people had good reasons to do away with Henry Calvert. For instance, Mrs. Dill, his housekeeper. But she didn't hate Henry, she loved him. Patton, the butler, is a likely suspect, and yet he's apparently tried to help the police. The lawyer, Horace Black, knows much about the deceased man's affairs, perhaps too much. Ruth Allen certainly knows a lot more about the whole affair than she'll tell. Kurt Bennett, the nephew, and his charming wife, Rita, knew Henry's mysterious brother, Walter Calvert. They might be guilty. Sarah Caldwell, the sister of the dead man, is the most bitter of all. She's admitted that she had every reason to plot her brother's death, but Sarah denies that she had any part in a conspiracy. Last but not least, we have the newspaper reporter, Duke Ellis. On second thought, it couldn't be. Now you've met them all. If one of them, just one of them, would tell the truth, I'm sure you'd know who's guilty. With the efficient aid of the Mexican police, Bob Stewart has captured Burke. They return with him to the mine office, where Burke's assistant, Meeker, had been locked in a closet. Rather than face a murder charge, Meeker desperately plans to blast his way to freedom.
Yeah, I killed him. And now I'm going to get rid of the rest of you. Get out of here, quick!
the fire out of that office.
There's a water barrel by the mine.
I've always wanted to be a fireman, but brother, I'm cured now.
Well, at least that desk was safe.
What are you looking for?
I'm not sure.
Well, how do you know it'll be in if you find it?
Why don't you go away?
Well, I'll look. I can find something I don't want to.
Where's Miss Allen?
I thought she was here. She can't get far in this country without help.
I guess not. I'd like to take a look at that desk before we leave here.
At that time, the rest of the cars will be back. Then we can search for her. Could your friend guard our prisoner in the car for a while? Pedro here has hurt himself.
Oh, certainly.
But it's hot out there.
Maybe he can move the car into the shade for you.
Oh, thanks.
A good idea.
Oh, can't go. Just thought of. Haven't got a gun.
Here you are.
Thanks, pal. Don't shoot yourself. I might as well. Everybody else has tried it.
I'm hoping to find a clue as to what Walter Calvert had in mind when he left here.
None of your tricks now, partner.
You know, I wouldn't pull anything on you.
Better not.
Do you mind if I roll myself a cigarette?
I guess not. But don't get funny.
Gee, with these handcuffs and everything, it's pretty tough. I bet a guy that handles a gun like you could roll me a cigarette without any trouble.
Oh, sure. Let me have the makings. Oh, not so fast. I'm a-warning you now. One more false move, I'll fill you so full of lead, they won't be able to pick up your remains, partner.
Oh, I wouldn't pull anything on you.
Well, you better not.
Here's something. This is a letter from Henry Calvert to his foreman, Burke. Looks as if they were robbing Walter of his gold.
Perhaps Walter discovered that he was being robbed and went north with the idea of killing his brother.
Gee, you know how to roll them swell.
Well, tobacco's a little dry and it's hard to roll them.
Well, you're doing fine. But that's the best cigarette I ever smoked.
Oh, when I finish with this will be the best cigarette you ever smoked.
Your men had better get back quick for some transportation.
They will.
Wow. What happened?
Don't you know?
No. All I can remember, I was rolling a cigarette and the lights went out.
Pancho to look for Miss Allen. We can use the truck to follow Burke.
Good. But you better leave one of the men here in case Burke decides to come back for anything.
See. Pancho. Voy a buscar a Miss Allen, ¿ah?
Muy bien, capitán.
Y usted quédese aquí en caso de que regrese el prisionero.
Sí. Feel any better, kid?
Oh, I'll live, but I don't know what for.
Oh.
Back for town, where he has some friends to help him.
Well, he'll have to have a friend with a good file to get those handcuffs off.
Is that side road a shortcut into town?
See, it is much shorter, but it's rough going.
Oh, nothing bothers me anymore, Jose. Let her buck. Jose, you better slow down a little.
Okay, Mr. Rough and Ready, you said let her buck.
I take it back. I take it back. Clean as a whistle.
You won't get very far on foot. Jose and I'll head for town. We've got to locate Miss Allen.
Hey, you didn't say anything about me.
You and the policeman stay and watch the car. Burke expects us to give up the search for it. He isn't back in an hour. Drive the car into town.
But it's hot out here.
Oh, go crawl under a bush. Come on, Jose. And don't roll any more cigarettes.
If you go to town, I'm glad to take you with me.
Thank you.
We've got to find this guy.
Hey?
Now you get up. And then stay right behind him. Right close. Now we go. Good thing I studied this language. Oh, no, don't fan out. No, don't.
No sign of Burke.
I told my men to be on the lookout for him.
Good. Now if we can find some trace of Miss Allen.
Come with me. I told you he was a good man.
I never doubted it. But this time you and I had a little heart-to-heart talk.
I have some business at my office. Hasta la vista.
Why did you come to Mexico?
To find Walter Calvert.
What made you think you'd find him here?
Well, he wasn't up there at the Calvert place, so I thought he'd be here.
Well, did anyone tell you might find him here?
No.
Doesn't make sense. This telegram was sent by somebody after you left up there. Take care of girl calling herself Ruth Allen en route there. Signed Calvert. Do you know who sent this telegram?
Certainly. Somebody by the name of Calvert.
Very funny. Don't you realize this contains a definite threat?
No, not necessarily. It could be instructions for someone to look after me.
If so, the instructions were well carried out by the man to whom this was sent.
Who was he?
Burke. He tried to kill you once, he might try it again.
What do you mean again? I thought he was arrested.
He was, but he escaped. I don't know what you hope to accomplish by not confiding in me. Your motives may be above suspicion, but your actions certainly aren't. Which one of the Calverts sent this?
Why does it have to be Calvert? Anybody could send a wire and sign it that way.
Who, for instance?
I haven't any idea.
Have you any idea why you call yourself Ruth Allen?
The best. That's my name.
Whoever sent this telegram doesn't seem to think so.
You've already demonstrated rather conclusively that he's not to be trusted. Besides, I have only your word that the telegram was ever sent. I don't see why I should trust you any more than you do me.
Because your life is in danger, not mine.
You were right about Burke. If you hadn't arrived when you did, he would have killed me.
Why? Because you knew he was robbing Walter Calvert?
Well, I suspected it, but you found proof?
I'll tell you all that when you decide to confide in me, Miss...
Allen is the name, but you've got to catch Burke. Why aren't you out looking for him?
Jose's taking care of that.
Well, perhaps I could help you. Let him see me if he's hiding here.
Might work, but I don't want to take a chance on losing you. You've been too hard to find.
But if you were around, close by me, to guard me...
That gives me an idea. I'll be right back, then we'll go places. Fine manhunter you turned out to be.
Don't ride me, Bob. I got a blister.
Find any trace of Burke?
I was on his trail, but I got another scent. Oh, but don't think I was scared. I drew my gun, but he got the drop on me.
Well, what happened?
The drop.
Bob's headed for trouble. We ought to do something.
It's not time yet.
Time? Time for what?
That, my friend, we shall see.
Sit down, please. You know, the truth is bound to come out sooner or later, even if you try to hide it.
What are you talking about?
Henry Calvert's death. If you know that Walter had anything to do with it, they're trying to cover up for him, you'll only do him more harm than good.
But I don't know any more about it than you do, and I'm just as anxious to find out.
And you still won't tell me what your interest is.
I can't yet, only that my father financed Walter Calvert after Henry had refused to. And then Henry robbed them both.
Giving Walter a very good motive to kill Henry.
But he didn't. He wouldn't.
What makes you so sure?
We know what makes you so sure, don't we?
And you know who she is, too, don't you?
Sure I do. But I'm not going to tell you. Can't you see she wants it kept a secret?
I don't think she'll mind now that she knows who's been robbing Walter Calvert.
So you found that out, did you? Now, you're smarter than I thought you were.
Too bad it's too late to do me any harm or to do you any good. Get over there. So you had a long trip down here for nothing. Now you're going to take a longer one.
You won't get very far, Burke.
Wrong again. Nobody saw me coming in, and nobody's going to see me go out.
Has Bob allowed Burke to shoot him down without making a move to defend himself? What was the result of the shot we just heard? See what actually happened in The Plunge of Doom, Chapter 6 of Who's Guilty, at this theater next week. This is Bob Stewart of the State Bureau of Investigation, who's been assigned to the Calvert case, a baffling mystery crowded with intrigue. Many people had good reasons to do away with Henry Calvert. For instance, Mrs. Dill, his housekeeper. But she didn't hate Henry, she loved him. Patton, the butler, is a likely suspect, and yet he's apparently tried to help the police. The lawyer, Horace Black, knows much about the deceased man's affairs, perhaps too much. Ruth Allen certainly knows a lot more about the whole affair than she'll tell. Kurt Bennett, the nephew, and his charming wife, Rita, knew Henry's mysterious brother, Walter Calvert. They might be guilty. Sarah Caldwell, the sister of the dead man, is the most bitter of all. She's admitted that she had every reason to plot her brother's death, but Sarah denies that she had any part in the conspiracy. Last but not least, we have the newspaper reporter, Duke Ellis. On second thought, it couldn't be. Now you've met them all. If one of them, just one of them, would tell the truth, I'm sure you'd know who's guilty. Bob and the Mexican police have traced Burke to the town where the fiesta was held. Bob persuades Ruth Allen to act as bait to catch the wanted man. Just as Bob is trying to get from him the information he needs about the Calverts.
I can't yet, only that my father financed Walter Calvert after Henry had refused to. And then Henry robbed them both.
Giving Walter a very good motive to kill Henry.
But he didn't. He wouldn't.
What makes you so sure? We know what makes you so sure, don't we? And you know who she is, too, don't you? Sure I do. But I'm not going to tell you. Can't you see she wants it kept a secret? I don't think she'll mind now that she knows who's been robbing Walter Calvert. So you found that out, did you? You know, you're smarter than I thought you were. Too bad it's too late to do me any harm or to do you any good. Get over there. So you had a long trip down here for nothing. And now you're going to take a longer one.
You won't get very far, Burke.
Wrong again. Nobody saw me coming in, and nobody's going to see me go out.
He might have shot you. Sit down. Your arm needs attention.
Oh, stop playing dumb. Open up and tell me the truth about what went on to the Calvert mine.
I work for Walter Calvert, that's all I know.
Yeah, you worked for Walter Calvert, and you were also stealing from him. I caught her. Yeah, it looks more as if she caught you.
I was on the way to my room when your junior commando grabbed me.
I wouldn't recommend leaving town alone, Miss Allen. Burke here has some friends.
Sit down, Miss Allen. You should be interested in what our prisoner has to say.
Who else besides Meeker was stealing gold from the Calvert mine?
Nobody. There wasn't enough to go around.
Where's Walter Calvert?
Your guess is as good as mine, maybe better.
Did you ever see Henry Calvert?
No, but I know Walter has a brother named Henry. They hate each other. Did you say Walter has or had a brother named Henry? What are you driving at? I told you I never saw the other brother. Isn't it true, Burke, that you were helping Henry Calvert steal from Walter?
Well, the police arrested Burke.
That's the end of the gold from the Calvert mine for us. Burke might talk.
Oh, I don't think so.
I think we better get out of here.
Wait a minute. Besides, we're broke.
Then what?
Well, they're all looking for Walter Calvert, aren't they?
Sure, what of it?
Perhaps they might pay well for information about him.
I've told you all I know. Take Miss Allen up to her room, will you, Duke? See that she stays there.
What are you going to do with him?
Jose will take care of that.
I will.
Come on. All right, let's go.
Very decent of you, Mr. Stewart, to worry about my welfare like this.
Come on, let's go.
Let go of me.
Okay, but don't try to run away again.
Have you a match, Mr. Ellis?
Oh, sure. Right here. Say, how did you know my name?
You're looking for Walter Calvert, aren't you?
Yes, but...
I'm looking for Walter Calvert.
You are? Well, come with me.
Hey, wait a minute. Bob won't like this.
It's all right. This fellow's a friend of mine. You can trust him.
Oh, my name's Ellis, Mr.
We'll forget names for the time being.
Okay, anything you say.
Where's Walter Calvert?
Not so fast, Miss Allen. There's some things to consider first.
All right, how much?
I'll get to that in a moment. Now, the police are looking for Walter. Perhaps I should go to them.
Say, that's a good idea.
Wait a minute, Duke. I want to talk to Walter before the police get him.
Why?
I can't explain it now, but it means an awful lot to me and to Walter, too.
But Bob should know about this.
Bob will know about it, I promise you. Now, look, Duke, if we can find Walter Calvert, it'll be the biggest story of the year. All yours exclusively.
That's right. I can ask for a raise.
Yeah, and you'll get it, too. We'll play ball with you. How much?
$5,000.
It's a deal. 5,000. Where do you think we'd get that kind of money?
If I knew that, brother, do you think I'd be wasting my time talking to you?
Hey, wait a minute. I got a way for us, Duke.
It's too dangerous.
What's too dangerous?
Holding up a bank.
Oh, will you listen?
Nothing doing. I'd get fired if it didn't work out.
It'll work out all right.
Okay, maybe I can get another job and Bob won't mutilate me too much.
Good, I knew you'd see it. We just gotta take a chance.
Stop saying we. I'm the one who's taking the chance.
Yeah, and you'll be a real hero. We'll have the 5,000 for you by morning.
I'll have it.
I don't care who has it, but I won't stand for any tricks.
There won't be any tricks. Now, what do we do?
All right, you come with us. You get back to the hotel and keep your mouth shut. We'll contact you later.
She'll be perfectly safe with us. Just a little margin of safety.
Are you sure you know where Walter Calvert is?
Do you think I like playing games?
All right, Duke, you take care of the money matters, and don't worry about me. These gentlemen here just want $5,000, not me.
You'll hear from us tomorrow morning.
Just a minute, you two. Trying to pull a fast one, huh?
Well,
give me back my matches.
Come on, miss.
Oh, good morning, Mr. Stewart. We were just ringing your room. The operator has your long-distance call ready.
Thanks. I'll take it in the booth. Oh, by the way, have you seen Mr. Ellis or Miss Allen this morning?
Miss Allen isn't down yet, but Mr. Ellis is up and around.
Thanks. Bob Stewart speaking. I'll take that long-distance call now.
Hello. Hello. Sergeant Smith speaking. Oh, good morning, Mr. Stewart. I'm glad you called. I was just making out my report. At 9:20 last night, I was making my customary checkup. Sarah Caldwell reported to me in the lower hallway that,
Sergeant Smith! Sergeant Smith!
What is it, Miss Caldwell?
I smell smoke.
I smell it, too. It's coming out of here.
That's Mrs. Dill's room.
Miss Dill, get her out of this smoke.
Are you all right, Miss Deal?
I guess I'm all right. I don't know exactly what happened. I guess I was overcome with smoke.
Were you using this?
I never use a curling iron.
Well, who does it belong to?
Belongs to Rita. I borrowed it once myself.
Are you trying to say I did this?
I'm not trying to say anything. He merely asked me who it belongs to, and I told him.
My wife had nothing to do with this.
Mrs. Dill, did you ever borrow this curling iron from Miss Bennett?
I told you I never used one.
So then it looks like a clear case against the Bennetts. Well, that's too obvious, Smith. Rita wouldn't leave her curling iron like that. Somebody planted the attempt on her. Now listen carefully. What'd you say his name was? Burke? Yes, sir.
Stewart's caught Burke in Mexico, and they're going to make him talk. We must take steps to protect ourselves.
Call me if anything else happens. Where'd you get all that money?
I didn't steal it, honest, Bob.
What's this all about, Duke?
Ruth and I got a tip on Walter Calvert, and they said they'd take us to him and show him to us if we gave him $5,000. I wired my editor, and that's it.
Well, who'd you talk to?
I don't know them, but they said they'd contact me this morning by phone.
I'll go find Miss Allen.
Oh, Bob. Yeah. You won't like this, but she's gone again.
Gone where?
With those men we talked to.
What? Why, you dummy, you stupid idiot.
Now, don't lose your temper, Bob.
Your editor won't have to put you in jail. I'll do it for him.
Your telephone conversation back to the Calvert place worked. They were listening in, all right. Here is the copy of a telegram we intercepted. It was sent to a man by the name of Weber and signed Calvert.
This means finish Burke before he can talk.
No, that will not happen. He's well guarded. Now all we have to do is locate this man Weber.
That'll be easy.
Oh, yes? I have never heard of him. And I thought we had a pretty good check on everybody in this town.
My little newspaper boy here has already made contact with the man we want.
Oh?
But I don't know his name.
It's the same name, part of the same gang. They're going to phone him. He'll make good bait for us. And you're going to sit right on that phone until you get the call.
But I might get shot.
I hope.
Yes. Yeah, this is Duke Ellis. Yes. I have the money. The San Juan Highway?
San Pasquale Highway. Drive north out of town. Keep going until the road stops. You'll get the signal. And don't you try to double-cross us.
San Pasquale Highway, north of town. Drive till the highway stops. 4 a.m. Yes. No double-cross. Thanks. Well, you heard it. Take over, Bob.
Wait a minute, not me. You started this, you're going to see it through.
Oh, but you can't do that. I might get killed and lose the $5,000, too.
Well, I'm not worried about the first part. And as for the second, your editor sent you this money to find Walter Calvert.
Oh, but now...
Oh, there's nothing to be afraid of. Give them the money, and they will give you the information you want.
Yeah. Right. But they said come in a car. I don't have one.
Well, Pancho is out in front of the hotel. I am sure he'll be delighted to help you.
Oh. Thanks, pals. You both can think of everything to get me killed. Sure, I can drive your car. Here's my driver's license.
I didn't know you could drive my car.
This paper says I can.
Nobody has the right to give you paper to say you can drive my car.
Oh, no, Pancho. This license means I can drive any car I want to drive.
But no my car.
Look, Pancho, in my country we have a law. And besides, Jose said...
What did Jose say?
That you would lend me your car.
Why don't you say so? Sure. You can drive my car. Jose said you could.
Oh, swell. How about a drink?
But I was seguro, senor. Como no?
Well, if you feel that way about it, maybe some other time.
¿Qué dice?
See. I'll do something for you someday.
Sit down. You make me nervous. I don't know how you fit into this deal, but whatever it is, mind your own business.
This is my business. I get 1/3 of everything Weber and Muller get.
Do you know Walter Calvert?
Suppose I do.
You can ask him when you see him.
Seems to me that you're beginning to back out on your end of the deal.
Weber has made contact with the newspaper man.
He's bringing the money tonight. That is, if your detective friend doesn't mess it up.
He's no friend of mine.
Grab hold of that rope. You bring the money? Come on.
Duke must have gotten up on that cliff somehow. How do you suppose we can get up there?
We can drive. There's a road up there.
That'll have to be it.
$5,000 even. Oh, it's all there. I counted 100 times.
Now take us to Walter Calvert.
Well, hadn't we better keep our part of the bargain?
Huh? Oh, sure. Sure thing. Come on.
Now what?
Get him on his feet now. I'll show you what we'll do with him.
Burns through that rope, the chute will drop them into the pit. The water will eventually loosen up those leather thongs. And if they're ever found, which I doubt, they'll think they fell in there accidentally.
And we'll be well on our way by that time with the last of the Calvert gold safely tucked away in a car.
Let's put it in there now.
Hey, you come back here.
What are you going to do to us?
Might have been the people we're looking for.
Yeah, there might be, but we have to find Duke and Miss Allen. They were in that car.
This is Bob Stewart of the State Bureau of Investigation, who's been assigned to the Calvert case, a baffling mystery crowded with intrigue. Many people had good reasons to do away with Henry Calvert. For instance, Mrs. Dill, his housekeeper. But she didn't hate Henry, she loved him. Patton, the butler, is a likely suspect, and yet he's apparently tried to help the police. The lawyer, Horace Black, knows much about the deceased man's affairs, perhaps too much. Ruth Allen certainly knows a lot more about the whole affair than she'll tell. Kurt Bennett, the nephew, and his charming wife, Rita, knew Henry's mysterious brother, Walter Calvert. They might be guilty. Sarah Caldwell, the sister of the dead man, is the most bitter of all. She's admitted that she had every reason to plot her brother's death, but Sarah denies that she had any part in a conspiracy. Last but not least, we have the newspaper reporter, Duke Ellis. On second thought, it couldn't be. Now you've met them all. If one of them, just one of them, would tell the truth, I'm sure you'd know who's guilty. Ruth Allen and Duke are held captives by the men who falsely promised to sell them information. Now, with Duke's reward money and the stolen gold from the Calvert mine, the men prepare to leave the country. Unwilling to risk taking their prisoners, they've left a fiendish trap to dispose of the helpless pair.
When the fire burns through that rope, the chute will drop them into the pit. The water will eventually loosen up those leather thongs. And if they're ever found, which I doubt, they'll think they fell in there accidentally.
And we'll be well on our way by that time with the last of the Calvert gold safely tucked away in a car.
Let's put it in there now. Come on.
Hey, you, come back here.
What are you going to do to us?
Might have been the people we're looking for.
Yeah, there might be, but we have to find Duke and Miss Allen. They weren't in that car.
Over there. That must be the place where they brought your friend up.
Let's take a look.
Busca dentro a ver qué hay.
Okay, Capitán.
That water's not hot, it's ice cold.
Must be a soda spring.
Yeah, what flavor?
Are you trying to be funny or are you just dumb?
Well, I'm not trying to be funny.
Oh, come on, let's get out of here.
Where are you going? There was nobody inside of the shack, Capitan. But there is about an hour ago and left in a hurry.
They must have been the people we passed on the road. But the newspaper man and Miss Allen were not with them.
Let's find out just what went on here. Suppose those men dropped Duke and Miss Allen in that boiling water?
So they received nothing more than a ducking.
But it's boiling.
No se preocupe, amigo. It only appears so. That is because there is a harmless gas bubbling up to it. The water is actually quite cold. I've drank it.
That's good for one stomach trouble.
Well, they must be down there somewhere.
Yes, we must search for them. Also those others. Vamos.
Since Duke and Miss Allen aren't around here anywhere, maybe we can find them on the road.
I must telephone an alarm for those people.
this is where I came in. I mean, what I came in. I wonder why Bob didn't show up.
Probably that rope trick threw him off the trail.
I wish they'd have thrown him off the cliff. The fine fisherman he turned out to be, using me for bait. What's so funny?
Maybe they used the wrong kind of bait.
Yeah, well, go ahead and laugh. You didn't lose $5,000.
Oh, I'm sorry, Duke, really. Maybe they'll catch those men.
Well, they better. I'll have to stay here and be a hermit. Wait a minute.
Hey!
Sorry. Say, they're not going to make a chump out of me. I'm going to get my money back.
How?
Oh, don't be asking such foolish questions. A map. Oh, this map is no good.
Why?
It doesn't show us where we are.
Well, where are we?
If the map can't tell us, what do you expect from me? Get in the car, will you? If they're in this country, I'll find them.
There's no air in the spare.
Yeah, well, who's to blame for that? Get busy with the pump.
You'd gladly trade this gold for a good tire, wouldn't you?
You trying to be funny? The police will be on our necks here in a minute.
This way, but fast. See the cars, kids?
Well, how do you know it was their car?
Stop trying to confuse me, will you? Hey, my little girl, she's gone.
Maybe Duke and Miss Allen took it.
If so, they drove off in that direction.
There's too much weight in there.
Ah, put a board under that jack, stupid.
Yeah, I will when you find one.
Yeah. Here, use this.
I could use some help.
Yeah, so I see.
This is gold from the Calvert mine, all right. You better take care of it, Jose.
I will, until Walter Calvert is found.
Well, I represent him. I'll take it.
The only thing you're going to take is that plane north with us. Now, if you can see that we get some transportation to the border.
Oh, certainly, con mucho gusto. And it has been a great pleasure to have worked with you.
Thanks, Jose. We fellows up north can learn a lot from our good Mexican neighbors.
Oh, amigo.
Listen to them. You'd think they'd done it all alone.
Well, didn't they?
No. Didn't I catch those two men? And I bet nobody drove faster down that grade.
And here's one who never intends to try it.
No, sir. Bob Stewart hasn't got back yet, but I expect him tonight. Yes, sir. Everyone is staying here as he ordered.
Stewart's due back tonight, so whatever we do, we better do it in a hurry.
If you think I know where the Calvert money is, you're mistaken.
Yeah, you lawyers always play 'em close. But don't get me wrong, I'm an heir, so some of that money's coming to me. But I'm willing to cut you in if you dig it up.
I wish I could.
My hunch is you could if you would.
Phone for you, Mr. Kurt. I've switched it to this extension.
Well, thank you, Patton. Hello? Yes, this is Kurt Bennett.
This is Smiley, Kurt. Why haven't I heard from you about that dough you inherited?
Because I haven't got it yet.
Why not? It's been some time since the old boy kicked off.
Well, I can't tell you on the telephone. There's been complications.
You wouldn't be holding out on old Smiley, would you?
Of course not. I'm in no spot to do that.
Don't I know that? It's about time you and I get together for a little talk, son.
But I can't get out. The state cops have got us pinned in.
All the cops in the state couldn't keep us apart. Hey, you got a side entrance to that place?
Yes?
Okay. I'll meet you there just as soon as it's dark. And don't keep old Smiley waiting, will you?
Maybe you need a good lawyer, Kurt.
Or a shady one.
What's he got on you?
Enough to send me up for 20 years if he wants to.
Tell me about him.
He's a big-time racketeer, or was until they chased him out of New York. Now he's willing to tackle anything. You heard about the inheritance, and he's cutting himself in.
Is he clever and capable?
Yeah, and he's got some tough friends, too.
Very interesting. Does it occur to you that we could use some help?
You mean you think we ought to play ball with Smiley?
If you think he can find the money for us, we could always say we did it to trap him. Who could prove different?
Nice legal mind you have, Black.
Then you admit you need a lawyer.
He told me to meet him outside tonight.
Did you do that? We'll take a little ride and talk things over. Come on, get in, kid.
All we got to worry about is the state cop, Stewart.
Well, not exactly, but... Yeah, I know, but he cramps our style. When's he due back?
On the midnight plane.
You just put the finger on him, kid. Old Smiley will do the rest.
going to do? I don't know yet. Yeah, but something will turn up.
A horrible fate under the speeding train. And with a Miley in command, what will become of the Calvert fortune? For the answer, see Invisible Hands, Chapter 8 of Who's Guilty, at this theater next week. This is Bob Stewart of the State Bureau of Investigation, who's been assigned to the Calvert case, a baffling mystery crowded with intrigue. Many people hate with Henry Calvert. For instance, Mrs. Dill, his housekeeper. But she didn't hate Henry, she loved him. Patton, the butler, is a likely suspect, and yet he's apparently tried to help the police. The lawyer, Horace Black, knows much about the deceased man's affairs, perhaps too much. Ruth Allen certainly knows a lot more about the whole affair than she'll tell. Kurt Bennett, the nephew, and his charming wife, Rita, knew Henry's mysterious brother, Walter Calvert. They might be guilty. Sarah Caldwell, the sister of the dead man, is the most bitter of all. She's admitted that she had every reason to plot her brother's death. But Sarah denies that she had any part in the conspiracy. Last but not least, we have the newspaper reporter, Duke Ellis. On second thought, it couldn't be. Now you've met them all. If one of them, just one of them, would tell the truth, I'm sure you'd know who's guilty. Bob Stewart is en route to the Calvert estate with Duke and the mysterious Ruth Allen. Smiley, ex-racketeer, has forced Kurt Bennett to reveal Bob's plans. As Bob's car stops at a railroad crossing, Smiley's car glides up behind it, and as the mammoth locomotive thunders down the rails toward them,
clutch. Where am I?
Oh, stop your blabbering and help me find Miss Allen.
Well, I know I'm not in heaven. You wouldn't be there.
Yeah, but she's gone.
What, again? Do you think she got thrown out of the car?
No, I think she walked away.
Brother, have you and I got charmed lives? I never saw anything so big-looking as that locomotive when it come bearing down on us.
Hand me that microphone. Turn the radio on. Is it on?
Yeah.
Stewart speaking. Control 1. Stewart calling Control 1. Come in, please. Stewart calling Control 1. Come in, please. Guess that bump knocked the radio out of order.
Same here. Can't send or receive. Bob, I thought you could drive. Did your foot slip off the clutch?
You better shake that top of yours again. Somebody pushed us on those tracks.
You mean to tell me the girl got out of the car and it pushed this crate on the tracks?
No, there was a car behind us. I saw him in the rear view mirror.
Yeah, who was it? All right. So I ask stupid questions. Is it my fault if I'm not too bright?
We better hurry up and get to the nearest phone and get another car.
I'll go in and bring the lawyer outside so we can talk alone.
All right, make it fast. And safe.
Any instructions?
Not for the moment. Watch Kurt carefully. He might plot with Black to get away with part of the money.
Yes, sir.
Good evening, Mrs. Dill.
Mr. Stewart, I'm so glad you're back.
Aren't you glad to see me, Mrs. Dill?
Need I answer that?
Who do you suppose just drove in? Those two.
Yeah, saw him go by.
Well, what are we gonna do?
Get out of here fast.
Okay, come on, I'll let you out the gate. I can open it from the inside.
We can both get out that way.
Both of us?
Yeah, we're going to New York. I know a dozen people there who will swear I never left town, see?
What's it got to do with me?
Plenty. I don't like to drive alone. I like company.
Honey, Smiley, I won't talk.
You bet your life you won't. From now on, you're going to be my little bosom pal. Maybe that copper got a glimpse of my car.
Well, what about my wife, Rita?
Well, you got nothing to worry about. We'll get in touch with her later. They ain't got a thing on her.
I must say, Mr. Stewart, you can think of the worst times to question people.
Unfortunately, Mrs. Caldwell, I don't pick the time. Morgan Calvert's murder makes me work at these unreasonable hours. Now, I'm not going to waste any words on you. Someone in this house killed Morgan. And you're all held on suspicion until I find the guilty one.
Aren't you forgetting several people? It seems to me the guilty ones would be the first to get away, if they can.
Well, Miss Allen won't get far. That's for Kurt Bennett. Well, we'll pick him up within the hour. As a matter of fact, I don't think he even left the grounds.
Well, you needn't look at me like that. I don't know where he is.
Have any of you anything to tell me that might shed a little light on this mystery?
Did you find any trace of Walter in Mexico?
Mrs. Caldwell, as I said before, I'm asking the questions, not answering them. Well?
I'd like to say something. Last night I heard his voice again. He told me his brother, Walter, was an evil man.
Oh, rubbish. We're wasting our time listening to her.
Laugh if you want to. But the spirits told me that something would happen to Mr. Henry.
Take it easy, Mrs. Dill. Mr. Black, you have a nasty mess on your hands legally. Almost as bad as my criminal case. But you don't seem particularly disturbed.
I'm doing all I can. What would you have me do? Organize a treasure hunt for the missing money in the will?
No offense, Mr. Black.
I'm sorry.
However, it does seem odd that you weren't more familiar with Henry Calvert's affairs. After all, you weren't exactly strangers.
Quite right. But Henry himself was an odd man.
I'm going to bed. Good night.
Will that be all, sir?
That's all. Good night, Patton. Good night, Mrs. Dill.
Hey, Bob, I couldn't sleep a wink in this joint. Did you see how that butler looked at me?
Oh, he's only trying to be friendly.
Friendly?
You better get some sleep, Mrs. Bennett. Good night, Mr. Black. Come with me, Duke.
You bet. How can that girl disappear so often?
Mr. Stewart.
Oh, Mr. Smith, don't do that. Can't you let a fellow know when you're coming? Haven't you got a whistle?
I've looked all over this place. No sign of the girl or Kurt Bennett.
Place your men carefully. I'm going to get some rest.
Right. Me too. But I want to keep one eye open and one foot on the floor.
Calvert residence?
This is Miss Allen, Patton.
Oh, I'm glad to hear your voice, Miss Allen.
Your double cross didn't work.
I have been worried about you. I'm glad you're safe.
I can imagine. After your plan failed in Mexico and you tried to kill me at the railroad crossing.
Oh, you're mistaken. Something went wrong in Mexico, but I know nothing about a grade crossing.
You're lying, Patton. I recognize Kurt Bennett in the car behind us.
If I told you who the man was with Mr. Bennett, would you trust me?
After 2 attempts on my life, I'd be a fool to trust you.
Oh, now, please believe me, Miss Allen. The man's name is Smiley. He's from New York and he's dangerous. Now, you must trust me. Where are you? Miss Allen.
I heard the telephone conversation, Patton. That girl is no fool. However, we have other matters to attend to tonight.
Very well, sir.
Now, Kurt will go back to New York with Smiley. This makes a perfect opportunity for the furtherance of our plan. Now, listen carefully.
Where's Mrs. Caldwell? Let me have your keys, please.
They're in my room.
I have my keys, Mr. Stewart.
I knew it. The voices told me this would happen.
Whose is this?
I've seen Mr. Bennett wearing a scarf just like that.
Kurt didn't do this.
Oh. Oh, help! Help! A man with a knife. Oh, Mr. Stewart.
What happened, Mrs. Caldwell?
I had a premonition someone would try to kill me. I placed that roll in the bed and sat over here.
A good thing you did.
I fell asleep. Something wakened me. I saw the figure of a man over there by the bed. He was holding a knife in his hand and a piece of cloth. Well, I screamed.
Any idea who it was?
Unfortunately, no.
Does this scarf belong to your husband?
Of course it does.
I can't say whether it does or not.
Phone in a broadcast to pick up Kurt Bennett. Hold him for attempted murder.
Wait, please.
Yes, Mrs. Bennett?
I know Kurt had nothing to do with this. He wasn't even in the house.
How do you know that?
Because he left the grounds to meet a man.
Who? You don't have to answer that, Miss Bennett.
Keep out of this, Black.
I'm sorry. My legal training.
Go on, Mrs. Bennett.
A man named Smiley came from New York to see Kurt. Kurt owed him some money. My husband left to meet him early this evening and hasn't returned.
What do you know about this Smiley?
Well, I only saw him once in New York. I believe he's a gambler. Please, Mr. Stewart, Kurt wouldn't try to kill anyone. He just got mixed up with bad company.
I'm sorry, Mrs. Bennett. I'll still have to arrest your husband. But the information you've given me may help prove his innocence, if it's correct. Send in the broadcast. Have that checked, but it won't do any good. Scarf served a double purpose.
Put it out right away. Mr. Stewart wants to talk to Bennett. Bad.
Oh, boy, what a break. When you grab that guy, Kurt, he'll probably confess to all the crimes in this place, and I get an exclusive interview.
So you really think we've got something?
Yes, sir.
Well, Kurt Bennett had nothing to do with that incident in Sarah's room. This scarf plant was too obvious.
What about the broadcast?
Remember that thing about the extension phone? Well, they were listening in on that, too.
I hate to keep repeating this. I don't get it. Maybe I'm stupid.
That's all right. Just keep on repeating it.
That broadcast will throw him off the track in New York.
Throw him off the track in New York, but we're here.
Yeah, but that's where we'll find Kurt Bennett with Smiley. Say, don't tell anyone where we've gone.
Right. Well, we've gone.
Yeah, or do I have to send in your copy for you, too?
Oh, no, sure. New York. Oh, boy. Good food, bright lights, crowded subways. Love the place. Gotta have it. Gotta have it.
Phone for you, Smiley.
Okay. Yeah. Smiley? This is Kurt. I'm down the street from my place. I just saw Stewart and that newspaper guy in a car.
Good. Where are they now?
They're parked down the street.
Listen, you go on up to your room and be sure they see you.
Are you crazy?
You do what I say. I'll drop around in a couple of minutes with some of the boys.
This is the place here.
I'll go and watch the back.
Okay, Harris. These New York cops gave us quick cooperation in locating Kurt.
Remember, keep your eyes open.
I know, and my mouth shut.
You don't know what we're getting into. This Smiley might be a rough character.
Don't worry, leave him to me. Oh, no.
Open up, Kurt. I know you're in there.
You're under arrest, Bennett.
I haven't done anything. I was only riding in that car.
Yeah, then who was driving?
Shut up, Kurt.
Oh, so you were driving the car.
Oh, come on, cut it out. I don't carry concealed weapons. It's against the law. You know that.
All right, Kurt, outside.
I smell gasoline. One of you guys must work at a filling station.
Quiet, you.
Come on.
Turn around.
Get out.
Now tie him up.
Miss Allen.
Oh, well, fancy me ain't hurt here. The place is on fire. Now I smell smoke.
Since we can't get out that way without not taking hot shots at us, we'll keep close to the floor.
sides, what way of escape is left? Smiley's armed killers are waiting outside to shoot them down. For the unexpected climax, see Fate's Vengeance, Chapter 9 of Who's Guilty, at this theater next week. This is Bob Stewart of the State Bureau of Investigation, who's been assigned to the Calvert case, a baffling mystery crowded with intrigue. Many people had good reasons to do away with Henry Calvert. For instance, Mrs. Dill, his housekeeper. But she didn't hate Henry, she loved him. Patton, the butler, is a likely suspect, and yet he's apparently tried to help the police. The lawyer, Horace Black, knows much about the deceased man's affairs, perhaps too much. Ruth Allen certainly knows a lot more about the whole affair than she'll tell. Kurt Bennett, the nephew, and his charming wife, Rita, knew Henry's mysterious brother, Walter Calvert. They might be guilty. Sarah Caldwell, the sister of the dead man, is the most bitter of all. She's admitted that she had every reason to plot her brother's death, but Sarah denies that she had any part in the conspiracy. Last but not least, we have the newspaper reporter, Duke Ellis. On second thought, it couldn't be. Now you've met them all. If one of them, just one of them, would tell the truth, I'm sure you'd know who's guilty. Bob and Duke trace the fugitive, Kurt Bennett, to New York. Smiley and his men attack, disable Bob and Duke, and lock them in the tenement room. Bob finds the mystery girl, Ruth Allen, hiding there. As they try to break out of the locked apartment,
the place is on fire. Now I smell smoke.
Since we can't get out that way without Mom taking hot shots at us, we'll keep close to the floor.
We'll have to take a chance on the window.
We'll be safer in here.
We'll never get out of here.
We'll get out of here, all right. Listen to that. I've been waiting for that fire department.
Gee, I was in a Turkish bed. Maybe I am. It's hot enough.
I was looking for you. A fella down on the street said there was somebody up here.
Thanks for the quick work.
There wasn't much of a blaze, all in the hall. Looked like somebody touched off some gasoline.
I told you I smelled gasoline when those thugs came in, remember?
If you know anything, tell the arson squad. They're investigating.
We'll do that.
Sure, I live there, but I don't know how the fire started.
Well, how'd you know about those people being trapped up there?
Well, they dropped in to see me about something. Then some friends of mine came in, and there was a little misunderstanding, and then...
Misunderstanding, huh? First you try to burn them out, then you try to shoot them when they come out of a window.
I had nothing to do with that.
Oh, no? Well, we'll see what they have to say about that. Here's your bird. He tried to fly away.
Listen, Stewart, I had nothing to do with that attack on you. Honestly, I'm just as sorry about it as you are.
You're not as sorry as I am, buddy. I got reasons.
Now maybe you'll do a little talking.
I'll be glad to.
Okay, Harris, let's get back to the station.
Say, this is pretty classy, Bob. I didn't know you had a New York office.
I haven't. It's very nice of New York police to let me use this one. Try not get busy with those notes. So you don't intend to prefer charges against Miss Allen for entering your room?
No, she's welcome to anything of value she found there.
Mr. Bennett is probably aware of that old maxim about coming into court with clean hands.
Well, you should talk.
Quiet.
Okay.
Who slugged the officer Jones at Calvert's gates?
Smiley, one of the men you met tonight.
What was he doing there?
He came after me.
Why?
Well, he heard I was going to inherit some money, so he...
So he decided to cut in. Any reason he should?
None that I want to talk about.
Was it Smiley who shoved my car in front of that train?
That was an accident.
How do you mean? Came very near it being a fatal one.
Oh, Smiley's foot slipped off the clutch.
On purpose?
I wouldn't know.
Do you know where I can find Smiley?
I wouldn't want him to know I told you.
Well, there's no reason why he should.
Well, he usually hangs out at the Midnight Club after closing hours.
Let me have Captain Evans, please. Hello, this is Bob Stewart. I think I have a line on those men that set that fire tonight. Yeah, they may be at the Midnight Club. That's right. No, I only want one of them. Okay, I'll be right there.
May I leave now?
Yes, as soon as you tell me all I want to know about yourself.
I've already told you.
Oh, but I'm not satisfied it's the truth. No, you can't walk out of here the way you have other places, Miss Allen. There's a matron outside who's been detailed to watch you. I'll tell her to bring you something to eat.
Eat? What do we eat?
You'll get something hot at the Midnight Club.
Sorry, pal, this place ain't open.
It is now.
We want you men for that fire over on 2nd Street tonight.
Fire?
Yeah.
You ain't got nothing on us.
We've got enough.
Now!
Naughty, everybody's looking at you. No, I'm not your partner. I belong The one I want, Smiley. Say, how many of those bracelets do you have?
Oh, enough.
You got one you don't need?
Yeah.
Oh, no. I'm particular who I'm tied to. Or am I? What am I doing in a place like this?
Looks like he got away.
Well, maybe the boys outside will pick him up.
You've got nothing on us, copper.
I think we have.
Maybe you can tell the officer here why you were near enough that fire to get your eyebrows singed.
Yeah, I noticed that. Come on, let's go.
Did you nab Smiley?
No, he made a clean getaway.
That's bad.
We'll get him.
I hope we see him first.
Where's Miss Allen?
The matron took her downstairs to feed her.
Say, do you suppose you could scare up a meal for me?
You two go ahead and eat. I have a phone call to make. And you have to go back to the Calvert residence.
Smiley will know I put him on the spot. We'll see more of him later.
I hope so. This is Bob Stewart. I want to make a long-distance call to...
Calvert residence. Sergeant Smith speaking. Oh, hello, Bob. Yes, everything's about the same.
We'll be starting back in half an hour. I'm bringing Miss Allen and Kurt Bennett with me. Tell the medical examiner to rush that dental report on the man who was killed in the car. Then we'll know whether it was Walter or Henry Calvert we still have to deal with.
I'll tend to that. But there's been no further attempts on anybody. Maybe our unknown is left for other parts.
I hope not. I want to catch him. Here's another angle to watch. That ex-racketeer Smiley is still at large. Yeah, he's tried twice to kill me. I don't want to give him another chance. Good idea. Keep a close watch on that party I mentioned before. Yeah, I think he's the contact man. Okay. Yeah, see you in a few hours. Goodbye.
I don't see why you don't arrest Miss Allen, Kurt, and Patton and wind this thing up. We've got something on all of them.
They're more valuable to us at Liberty. Sooner or later, one of them will contact that mystery man of ours, then we'll grab him.
But I've got to have something for my boss. I'm running out of good news stories.
Then why don't you invent some?
Found anything of value yet?
No. What's wrong with you?
Oh, they didn't catch Smiley. He'll be gunning for me.
Young Bennett and Black are talking in the library again.
They can do nothing. What concerns me is that I can do nothing either. I can't even get to where I've hidden the money.
Anything I can do?
Yes, we must get some of them out of here. Create a diversion elsewhere. Prepare another telegram for Black and Kurt alone. Reading?
The women are all in their rooms. Kurt and Black are in the library, and Patton was listening in.
Was there anyone on that extension when we were talking in the library last night?
No, I checked.
Well, there must be another extension. You notice my voice go dim at times?
Now that you mention it, yes.
Say, what's this all about?
Well, when you cut in an extension, it increases the resistance and cuts down on the power.
Now, ain't science wonderful?
Check on that, will you, Smith? Have one of your men come in as a lineman.
Yeah.
Quit worrying about Smiley. He doesn't want you. He's after the money.
Then we'll have to get some for him. Surely you can get your hands on some cash or securities?
Suppose I did.
I was out near the front gate when this came. Nobody else knows about it.
Found what we're looking for. Meet me in your office. Confidential, Walter. This must mean he's found the money. We've got to go.
But there's several things to be considered. First, are we certain that's from Walter? Second, why should he notify us? And third, if we do decide to go, how are we going to leave unobserved?
This is no time for legal arguments. We've got to go. What do we lose?
But how? Hello. Yeah. Yes, he's here. Who is this?
Kurt, we'll know the voice. Put him on.
It's Smiley. Maybe he can help us to get away. Play up to it.
Hello, Smiley.
Easy with the names, kid. You never know who's listening in.
The cops brought me back here.
Yeah, I know. And you didn't put the finger on me at the club either, did you?
You know I wouldn't do that. They have ways of finding out about you. We've located some of that money, but we've got to get away from here to find it. If you'll help us, why, we'll make a deal.
Well, we might still do business. Say, is anything allowed to go in or out of that place? Delivery wagon? That might be it. Be ready to move. And no more slip-ups.
Comes a truck now, but I don't see Smiley.
Maybe he's inside. Let's check.
Good, huh?
You're late, Mr. Weeks.
Mrs. Still, I'm going to cut you up. We'll never make the front now. My car's at the side. Come on.
Get my car, Duke.
Attention all state cars. Going west on Highway 18. From Calvert Estate. Black sedan, 4 men in it. Stop and hold. Emergency. Stewart.
I thought so. They'll head us off this way. Gotta sidetrack them someplace. Pull into that gas station. I've got an idea. Job and quick.
This other car's first.
That may be, but I got no time to argue.
Back there in the gas station.
Pretty smart, huh? Now we let her down and double back.
Look.
Get set for trouble.
Save Bob Stewart from the crushing weight of that hoist? And what further trickery is that mysterious figure at the Calvert mansion plotting? Next week, in this theater, you'll see the startling plot unfold further in The Unknown Killer, Chapter 10 of Who's Guilty? This is Bob Stewart of the State Bureau of Investigation, who's been assigned to the Calvert case, a baffling mystery crowded with intrigue. Many people had good reasons to do away with Henry Calvert. For instance, Mrs. Dill, his housekeeper. But she didn't hate Henry, she loved him. Patton, the butler, is a likely suspect, and yet he's apparently tried to help the police. The lawyer, Horace Black, knows much about the deceased man's affairs, perhaps too much. Ruth Allen certainly knows a lot more about the whole affair than she'll tell. Kurt Bennett, the nephew, and his charming wife, Rita, knew Henry's mysterious brother, Walter Calvert. They might be guilty. Sarah Caldwell, the sister of the dead man, is the most bitter of all. She's admitted that she had every reason to plot her brother's death. but Sarah denies that she had any part in the conspiracy. Last but not least, we have the newspaper reporter, Duke Ellis. On second thought, it couldn't be. Now you've met them all. If one of them, just one of them, would tell the truth, I'm sure you'd know who's guilty. While Patton and the mystery man of the Calvert mansion attempt to get to the hiding place of the Calvert fortune, Smiley provides an escape for Kurt Bennett and the lawyer, Black. Bob Stewart broadcasts an alarm and gets on their trail. Smiley forcibly takes over a gas station.
Pretty smart, huh? Now we let her down and double bang. Look. Get set for trouble. Car. We better take a look around here.
Two men in the garage. Cover the front, Duke. Black and Kurt are around here somewhere. Okay.
You'll have to.
Well, the Rover boys, glad to see you again.
See what's going on.
We got this one alive, Mr. Stewart.
You ain't got nothing on me. I was only working for Smiley.
Lock him up. Notify the coroner about Smiley.
You're a lawyer. Can't you help me?
Mr. Black has his own troubles. How about that, Black?
Smiley was a friend of Kurt's. Kurt owed him some money. I was merely trying to help. We were practically kidnapped.
What about that, Kurt?
Whatever he says is right.
I see. And you're willing to let him do your talking for you because you know he's a better liar than you are.
You have no right to say that, Stewart.
No? Now listen here, you. You two have been cooking up a deal to get at that Calvert money. If you were kidnapped, why didn't you interfere with Smiley and Ben when we were tangling with them?
Grabbing criminals is your business, Stewart, not mine.
Oh, if that's the way you feel about it, Mr. Black, we'll talk it over at headquarters. Come on, let's go.
Everything is ready at Black's office if they go there.
Good. That leaves Sarah and the girl here to be dealt with.
Any further instructions?
Well, naturally, we want both of them out of the way. However, for the time being, we must delay action with the girl until we find out who she really is. You know what to do in Sarah's case.
Yeah?
That is all for the present.
I'm sorry, Mrs. Bennett, but there's nothing I can do until Mr. Stewart gets back.
But something's happened to my husband. Kurt wouldn't disappear without telling me where he was going.
Orders are that everyone stay in this house.
Well, would you mind if I just took a walk around the grounds?
No, that'll be all right, but just don't try to leave the premises.
How about some fresh air, Miss Caldwell?
No, thank you. If the police department have no objections, I'd like to try to get a little rest.
That'll be all right.
Perhaps I can sleep safely in the daylight. If you could come up to my room later on, Miss Allen, I'd like to talk to you.
I'd love to.
If you don't mind, I'd like to take a walk with you.
Well, I'd be delighted, but some other time, Mrs. Bennett.
Spying on me, Mrs. Dill?
Any reason why I should spy on you, Sarah?
You know very well there isn't.
Things would have been much better between Henry and me if it hadn't been for your evil tongue. You probably know who killed him, too. You and Walter would get more money with Henry dead.
And you get nothing, which is exactly as it should be.
Miss Allen, I didn't know you were here. Beautiful outfit. Can I cut your bouquet?
Yes, thank you, Patton.
These were Mr. Henry's favorite flowers. Oh, it's too bad he died before they bloomed this season.
I remember my father speaking of Mr. Henry's love for that flower.
Oh, that's strange. During all the years I've served in this house, I never saw your father.
Well, you see, Patton, my father and Mr. Henry transacted their business by mail.
That's strange, too. I can't recall ever seeing into the letters.
Do you read all of your master's personal mail, Patton?
Oh, no, miss. Oh, I'm sorry. Surely I didn't mean to be inquisitive.
I'm sure you had no such intentions.
Your bouquet, miss.
Thank you, Patton.
Hey, who threw that? What happened?
All right, I'll talk.
That's better.
I'll tell the truth. Black and I were on the way to his office.
You got part of the Calvert money?
Not quite, but...
You better come clean, Bennett.
Well, Black received a telegram. He was to meet someone in his office. He said that he'd located what we were looking for.
Who sent the telegram?
Well, it was signed by Walter Calvert.
Holy smoke, Walter. What became of that wire?
I don't know. Black had it.
Well, it's a cinch he didn't have it when we searched him.
Honestly, Mr. Stewart, I was only trying to get what was coming to me. You gotta believe me.
That remains to be seen. Check on a telegram sent to Horace Black at the Calvert residence today, signed by Walter Calvert.
Nothing from the girl. Stewart hasn't returned, and his long absence bothers me.
Our plan to get Patton away from the house has not worked. We are still unable to get our hands on the money.
The policemen left here are very alert, and so is Miss Allen.
The girl must be taken out of our way. So we will wait until dark. Then we will divert their attention. That's all.
wait to see their faces, especially blacks when you spring this news on them.
Sit down.
Now listen, Stewart. I know my law. What charge are you holding me on?
Possibly for the murder of Henry Calvert.
That's the craziest thing you ever said.
You were going to meet Walter in your office?
I told you to keep your mouth shut.
None of that.
I received a wire signed by Walter Calvert requesting me to meet him in my office. The wording of the message indicated that he had found something. Naturally, I was interested.
Why didn't you tell me about it?
It was not a police matter. I had certain reasons for wanting to clear this up without any publicity.
Oh, trying to cheat me out of my living.
And Mr. Black, you'll have no objections to meeting Walter in your office?
Well, why, no, certainly not. However, after certain things have happened, I doubt if he'll keep the appointment.
I'll agree with that.
You do?
Walter Calvert didn't send that telegram.
Well, it was signed by him.
The telegraph company has no record of the wire.
The trap will be killed.
Well, Mr. Black, we're ready for that appointment.
What did I tell you? His face turned pink when you let him have it.
Right. But remember, we're in on this party, too.
Oh, wonder what color my face is.
Well, what do we do now? Just wait for somebody to take a pot shot at us?
You should have brought those cops with you.
You're making a mistake if you're withholding any information, Mr. Black.
I've told you all I know. Now, if you don't mind, I'll open my personal mail. Or would you rather read it?
Same goes for you, too, Bennett.
If you know anything to save your hide, you can talk.
I have nothing to say.
So, you know something? You don't pay your bills.
Now I know why people hate newspaper reporters.
You have to be inquisitive, I always say, if you want to find out things.
You should have joined the police department. By the way, Mr. Black, I'd like to see a copy of the Calvert account while we're here.
It's in that cabinet, under siege.
Thanks. Enough to convince me that any one of a number of people would want Henry Calvert out of the way.
Well, I'm not responsible for quarrels among the relatives. I represented Henry.
Your legal advice was excellent, Mr. Black. No one could get $1 out of it.
If I ever get enough money together at one time, Mr. Black, I'm going to hire you. You're just the kind of a lawyer I want.
You honor me, Mr. Ellis. In my desk that might throw further light on what you're looking for.
Oh, that's fine. You'll get much further cooperating with my department this way.
Well, I just begin to realize that these are police matters. This key is to the center drawer. The other drawer is open in the usual manner.
Thanks. The case would have been much easier if you'd helped me like this from the beginning.
You'll find everything you want in that center drawer.
Has Black succeeded in luring Bob into the trap set for him? Who sent the telegram that brought them to this office? And will Ruth Allen go blindly into the danger that awaits her? See the thrilling answers in Riding to Oblivion, Chapter 11 of Who's Guilty, at this theater next week. Stewart of the State Bureau of Investigation, who's been assigned to the Calvert case, a baffling mystery crowded with intrigue. Many people had good reasons to do away with Henry Calvert. For instance, Mrs. Dill, his housekeeper. But she didn't hate Henry, she loved him. Patton, the butler, is a likely suspect, and yet he's apparently tried to help the police. The lawyer, Horace Black, knows much about the deceased man's affairs, perhaps too much. Ruth Allen certainly knows a lot more about the whole affair than she'll tell. Kurt Bennett, the nephew, and his charming wife, Rita, knew Henry's mysterious brother, Walter Calvert. They might be guilty. Sarah Caldwell, the sister of the dead man, is the most bitter of all. She's admitted that she had every reason to plot her brother's death, but Sarah denies that she had any part in the conspiracy. Last but not least, we have the newspaper reporter, Duke Ellis. On second thought, it couldn't be. Now you've met them all. If one of them, just one of them, would tell the truth, I'm sure you'd know who's guilty. Hoping to trace the source of the mysterious telegram sent to lawyer Black and Kurt Bennett, Bob Stewart makes them go to Black's office as ordered by the message. There, Black discovers a gun trap set for him on his desk. Ruth Allen is decoyed from by another of those sinister messages.
In my desk that might throw further light on what you're looking for.
Oh, that's fine. You'll get much further cooperating with my department this way.
Well, I just begin to realize that these are police matters. This key is to the center drawer. The other drawers open in the usual manner.
Thanks. The case would have been much easier if you'd helped me like this from the beginning.
You'll find everything you want in that center drawer.
Everything's under control here. Keep watch outside. Why didn't you tell me about that gun when you saw it, Black?
I didn't see it.
I think you did.
How do you like that, Bob? The gun jumped up on the desk after it went off.
That's the idea, or part of it.
What idea?
Some very valuable securities belonging to Henry Calvert.
I knew nothing of them.
That's another part of that same idea.
What is this idea you keep talking about?
A very clever trap. Suppose Black here had been caught in it. He'd have been found with a bullet in him, that gun on the desk before him, these presumably stolen securities in the desk. Perfect setup for suicide, motive and all.
But why was I brought here then?
A slight change in the picture could make it look like murder.
Well, who did it?
Your guess is as good as mine, Mr. Black. But since you're asking, I'd say it was someone by the name of Calvert. Have you any more of these around?
Why, you said yourself they were obviously planted there.
I could be wrong. Don't touch it. I'm going to have everything tested for fingerprints, so I don't expect we'll find any.
Well, maybe they wore gloves like we do. I mean, they do.
I hope this narrow escape has convinced you that I need your cooperation, not your opposition. We have a common enemy and a very dangerous one.
Do you have any idea who it is?
I think I have, but until I have the proof I want, I'm not making any statement. I'll tell you this much, though. I think our unknown has stolen and hidden the Calvert fortune. He's been unable to return to the hiding place because of the police guard. That's made him desperate. And that's why I'm forced to use the Calvert mansion as a trap.
Well, that one who screamed has sure disappeared.
Well, we'd better keep looking. You cover the side.
Make a break for it, huh, Miss Allen?
No, somebody tried to get into my room. I had to get out.
Then it was you who screamed?
Yes.
Let's have a look.
Too.
Move the phone, Bob Stewart.
All right, Duke. Get it.
Hello? Yeah, this is Stewart.
So you better get back here. The Allen girl was outside climbing trees.
Yeah, and Sarah Caldwell is missing.
We'll be out there right away.
Miss Allen. Miss Allen, you must come with me. I'll show you where she's gone.
Who?
Sarah Caldwell.
Well, can't you tell me?
No, you must come. She wants you. What's that for?
Nothing you'd be interested in. Come on, show me the way.
You must be cautious. The police are all about us.
Are you all right in there, Miss Bennett?
Why shouldn't I be?
Well, I can think of a lot of reasons, but we won't go into that right now.
Has my husband returned yet?
No, he hasn't. And under the circumstances, I don't think he will. Just a minute, Patton. I'd like to take a look at that workshop of yours downstairs.
Why, certainly, sir. You don't need me, sir. I'll see if I can help Mrs. Dell.
All right, go ahead.
Where is she?
Down there.
Yes, sir. Have you the rest of the money?
Yes, sir.
Good. Where's the Allen girl?
Why, Mrs. Del Center, isn't she here?
Anything wrong?
No. Kurt and Black came back with Stewart.
Another mistake. You'll make us fatal one someday.
Well, I only did as you ordered.
Yes, I know. I should have done it myself. I can't beat them. You're alive and healthy. See what you can do.
Yes, but...
Hurry, out to the other way. To the garage.
Any objections if I tell my wife I'm back?
No, but don't leave the house.
Miss Allen's gone again.
Say, this is getting funny. What about the others?
Miss Dill's in the kitchen. Patton's helping her.
Did you send for me, sir?
No. Come on, Duke, let's take a look.
For what?
You name it.
Name it? Well, why should I name it?
There's something you ought to know, sir. Something I'd like to show you.
Oh, what is it?
You follow me, please.
Looks like someone was playing hare and hounds.
I used to play that. That's fun.
Well, let's see where this leads to.
Leave it to me.
Someone sold the distributor, but I had another one.
You notified Edwards to meet us?
Yeah.
And we'll take Sir and the money and go. I told you I'd find it.
So you did. I wonder where it goes from here.
Maybe it's the end of the trail.
Oh, and I suppose the treasure is buried under there.
That's it. Let's look. Hey, how did this paper get here?
That's what I'm wondering. That paper's wedged there because that board moved. Or maybe...
That's it. See, I told you. Hey, Bob, wait. Oh, don't think I'm fool enough to go down to that dark hole. Let's go, fool.
whatever's in the garage is gone. Somebody must have had another distributor for it.
Well, I've had a man watching it for a week, but I had to take him off last night and put him on another job. If they sent me enough men, that wouldn't have happened. I'll notify the coroner and send out the usual bulletin.
The first road to your left. This is near where we can meet Edwards. Take it easy. Here they come. Get set.
Let's get the things in your car.
Now we'd better talk this thing over again. There's nothing to talk over, Edwards. We're to take your car and you're to get rid of ours. Yeah, that's the way it was, but I've been hearing things about this deal that makes it worth a lot more dough. Now we'll go back and talk about this new setup. What was that? There goes somebody.
Even if Ruth escapes death under the crushing car, what awaits her? What sinister scheme has the wily Edwards in mind? Can Bob follow through quickly enough to aid her? You can't afford to miss The Tank of Terror, Chapter 12 of Who's Guilty, at this theater next week. Stewart of the State Bureau of Investigation, who's been assigned to the Calvert case, a baffling mystery crowded with intrigue. Many people had good reasons to do away with Henry Calvert. For instance, Mrs. Dill, his housekeeper. But she didn't hate Henry. She loved him. Patton, the butler, is a likely suspect. And yet he's apparently tried to help the police. The lawyer, Horace Black, knows much about the deceased man's affairs, perhaps too much. Ruth Allen certainly knows a lot more about the whole affair than she'll tell. Kirk Bennett, the nephew, and his charming wife, Rita, knew Henry's mysterious brother, Walter Calvert. They might be guilty. Sarah Caldwell, the sister of the dead man, is the most bitter of all. She's admitted that she had every reason to plot her brother's death, but Sarah denies that she had any part in the conspiracy. Last but not least, we have the newspaper reporter, Duke Ellis. On second thought, it couldn't be. Now you've met them all. If one of them, just one of them, would tell the truth, I'm sure you'd know who's guilty. mystery man causes Sarah Caldwell to disappear and tries to lead Ruth Allen into a trap. Ruth cleverly leaves a trail which Bob Stewart finds and follows. As Patton tries to make a deal with a man named Edwards to get rid of their car, Ruth escapes.
What was that? There goes somebody. They got away. I heard you crack up, and I looked away for a minute.
And you let them get away.
Well, shut up.
Well, we still got her in the back and the dough.
Where's the girl?
Uh-oh. Pull down that hood.
We're not going to hold that excess baggage around with us, are we? When she comes to, she'll know us.
Certainly. That's why I'm not putting her out here to be found by the police.
Suppose she couldn't talk when they find her.
None of that, Turk. Besides, I've got an idea she'll be worth more to us alive. Get back in the car. looks like someone lying on the road.
Where'll I drive, sir? Back to the house. It's the only safe place to hide till I can get my hands on some more money.
What about Mrs. Calvert?
Let Edwards worry about her. He'll soon find she's a liability.
Right, got it.
Come on, give.
The girl answering Ruth Allen's description has been found unconscious on Highway 76. She's been taken to General Hospital.
What happened to her?
She hasn't been able to answer any questions.
Oh, you don't trust anybody, do you?
Oh, no, I'm just trying to be polite. Patton made me conscious of my manners.
I'll call you from the hospital, Smith. No one goes in or out of this house until I get back.
Yes, sir.
The way they bump him off around here, he won't have anyone to watch but himself, if they keep up their quota. Uh-oh. I didn't mean that for you.
He's right. There is a curse on this house and all who enter it. No one will be safe until Mr. Henry's death is avenged.
Someday I want to take up those spirit messages. I'd like to know how she does it.
With mirrors, Duke.
Mirrors? She wouldn't dare look in one.
Mr. Stewart?
That's right. Just what is her condition?
A strange case. She's had a terrific shock. Badly bruised up.
Can she talk?
Very little. I advise a short visit.
We'll be as brief as possible.
All right.
Miss Allen. Miss Allen, it's Bob Stewart. I'd like to talk to you. What happened?
Some men in a car. I was afraid. I don't know.
Men in a car? Who? Where?
Try hard to think who they were.
I don't remember.
Miss Allen. Miss Allen.
Well, that's that. Men in the car afraid? What do you suppose she was trying to tell us? Poor kid, she certainly took a beating.
Yeah. Maybe I've been figuring her all wrong. She won't be able to tell us anything for days. Come on. Oh, officer. There's no sense in guarding this patient any longer. You can report back to your precinct now.
Yeah, she couldn't get out of that bed if she wanted to. Oh, I thought, we thought it wasn't necessary to have a police guard any longer.
If Miss Allen shows any marked improvement, let me know at once, please.
I will.
And you might have sort of given me a little ring, too. Well, I missed again.
Well, here, take this ring for security.
Yes, ma'am, I know.
The ring is worth many times the fare.
Oh, I don't know. Well, all right. Where to?
Corner of River and Front Street.
River and Front Street? Hey, lady, what are you going down to a tough neighborhood like that for?
That's my business, and hurry.
Believe me, miss, I've earned every cent that ring's worth. I wouldn't come down here again unless I was driving a tank.
Thanks.
Girl could pick the worst places to visit. You can get a guy bumped off down here for a quarter.
Well, we can be sure of one thing, Duke. Ruth Allen wouldn't come to this part of town just to use the payphone.
Say, that reminds me, I better go phone my boss and let him know where I am.
Yeah, you can do that later.
I'm afraid later it'll be too late.
Come on.
second that.
There's a warehouse. We'll be safe there temporarily.
Any port in the storm, mates. I hope this place is bulletproof.
I guess I ought to thank you for saving my life.
What, again? We'll skip the preliminaries, Miss Allen. Certainly you're smart enough to know I fixed her so you could leave the hospital.
Yeah, and she's smart enough to tell us a lot of things we'd like to know.
Where's Sarah Caldwell?
I believe she's in this neighborhood.
What makes you think that?
Because I heard one of the men in the car say something about an old cannery.
Hey, I bet this is it.
Is that why you came here?
Yes. Edwards might be holding Walter Calvert, too.
Who is this Edwards?
I don't really know him, but I do know he's pulled a lot of shady work for Henry Calvert.
Do you suppose Edwards is the one that took the shot at you?
Yes. Either he or one of his men.
You better take a look around, Duke.
Me?
Well, who else is there?
Nobody.
Well, all right, get going.
All right.
Are you the girl reported riding on the back of that car?
Yes. And before you ask any more questions, I'll tell you. Patton was driving and Sarah Caldwell was being held prisoner in the back seat.
Could be sardines. Liz.
I didn't give the alarm when I saw Sarah was being carried away because I wanted to know who was with her and where they were going.
Maybe someday you'll realize that finding out such things is my business. Why don't you tell me who you really are?
We've got to figure out some way of getting out of here without being shot at again.
We're not leaving here yet. You stay here, I'm going to have a look around.
No, that's too dangerous. You'd be an easy target.
Well, something new has been added. How long have you been worrying about my safety?
About 30 seconds.
Look, do me a favor, will you? Stay out of sight, no matter what happens.
Something new has been added for you, too. It's funny you trust me to stay here after chasing me halfway across the country.
You won't leave as long as you think there's a chance of my catching Edwards. Now be a good little girl and stay right here.
What has Edwards done with the missing Sarah Caldwell? Is she his only prisoner? The amazing outcome will be thrillingly told. Terror, Chapter 13 of Who's Guilty, at this theater next week. Stewart of the State Bureau of Investigation, who's been assigned to the Calvert case, a baffling mystery crowded with intrigue. Many people had good reasons to housekeeper, but she didn't hate him. She loved him. Patton, the butler, is a lucky suspect, and yet he's apparently tried to help the police. The lawyer, Horace Black, knows much about the deceased man's affairs, perhaps too much. Ruth Allen certainly knows a lot more about the affair than she'll tell. Kurt Bennett, the nephew, and his charming wife, Rita, knew Henry's mysterious brother, Walter Calvert. They might be guilty. Sarah Caldwell, the sister of the dead man, is the most bitter of all. She's admitted that she had every reason to plot her brother's death. But Sarah denies that she had any part in the conspiracy. Last but not least, we have the newspaper reporter, Duke Ellis. On second thought, it couldn't be. Now you've met them all. If one of them, just one of them, would tell the truth, I'm sure you'll know who's guilty. Believing that Ruth Allen knows the whereabouts of Sarah Caldwell, Bob Stewart allows her to escape from the hospital. Ruth leads Bob and Duke to a warehouse near the waterfront, but their presence has been detected by Edwards.
Clearing out of here.
But we don't have to. They'll never get out of that.
Maybe somebody knows where they are and we'll check. We'll be smart and play it safe.
Where will we go?
To the other place.
Yeah, and you'd still be in it if I'd followed orders and stayed behind.
You'll have to admit, though, that's the first time that routine has worked.
I'll admit no such thing. You'd never found this place if it hadn't been for me.
What, no fish? We'll fight that out later. Did you see which way that guy went?
Back there someplace. You mind if I go along?
Hey, wait till I get my shoe on. This might turn out to be a tack factory. Bob! Oh. Hey, don't touch anything. Fingerprints.
We'll have more than fingerprints to worry about from now on. This looks like Sarah Caldwell's bag.
No, it isn't. Hers was smaller than that, and it was filled with money.
What makes you think so?
I found a note at the Calvert place.
Oh, you'll tell me about that later. What's the matter with you now?
I smell that gasoline again.
They haven't been gone very long.
Yeah, but where did they go?
Did you get that car's license number?
I saw it, but I can't remember.
Ah, we're sorry. They could take Sarah any place.
Well, no use wasting any more time around here. Let's get those clean clothes.
I could use some myself.
Hey, that gives me an idea.
What is it?
You'll find out. Hello, Smith. Is Patton there?
Yes, he claims to have been here all along.
Yeah, but I know it's different, so he's lying.
Shall I pinch him?
No, but cover him day and night. Cut those extension wires the way I told you. Somebody will try to contact him using Sarah Caldwell as bait. You've got to intercept that message.
Okay, I'll throw him up tight. Are you coming back?
Yeah, but I'm going to check on that Ruth Allen angle first. Now, you watch out for that message. Goodbye. You said you wanted some clean clothes. Suppose we stop by your home on the way back to Calvert's.
Well, won't that be out of your way?
A little, but I'm sure it'll be worth it.
All right.
Insecurities we can't get rid of.
I was telling him you ought to sell it back to Calvert.
Hey, wait a minute. That idea isn't as dumb as it sounds. What do you mean? You two stand by here. Put a couple of boys outside to watch. I'm going down to the village and use the phone.
This is your home, isn't it?
You seem to know.
Well, you said you needed some clean clothes.
And you need to check on my identity. Is that it?
It isn't a bad idea. Shall we go in?
I'm glad to see you back safely.
Oh, you know Miss Allen?
Of course I do. I've been working for her since her father died.
I see. Well, I'll wait out here.
Looks like she's Miss Allen, all right.
My name is Stewart, State Bureau of Investigation. I'd like to ask you a few questions.
Certainly, Mr. Stewart.
Do you know Miss Allen?
I ought to. Been working around here for years. Do her work, too. Don't you know her? Because you're talking to her.
Yeah, but which one was Ruth Allen?
The one who opened the door, of course.
Yeah, that's what I thought. Do you know the one that came up with me?
No, but I've seen her there before.
Well, much obliged.
I hope I haven't put her in for any trouble.
Oh, no, none at all. In fact, you've been a lot of help. Thanks again.
Did you find out anything from him?
Yeah.
What?
And Miss Allen isn't Miss Allen.
Well, who is she?
You find out. Tell me.
It seems all the telephones are out of order.
This one's working. Do you want to make a call, or were you waiting for one?
Oh, no, I just wanted to order some groceries from Mrs. Dill.
Well, this one's tied up. Official business, you know. Be glad to send you one of the boys on a police car.
No, thanks. I'll let you know later.
Just a moment. I'd like to see you in the library, please.
Any calls? A man called about a half an hour ago who wouldn't identify himself. Asked for Patton. Said he'd call back later.
Did you trace it?
Yes, it came from over in the next county.
You mentioned a note you'd found concerning Sarah. May I have it? Thanks. The money in the bag is part of what is legally yours. Take it and go. The rest will be sent you if you cause no more trouble. Signed, Calvert.
The rest of what?
Can you identify the handwriting?
Well, no, I can't, because unfortunately, Henry and Walter wrote quite alike.
Convenient for them, though.
The rest of what? Doesn't that note indicate to you that Mrs. Caldwell left here willingly?
It might have been left to make us think she did. But thanks to Miss...
Allen.
We know she didn't. I'll get it.
Say, what's this all about? Hello?
Patton?
Yeah.
Is it safe to talk?
Yeah. Who's this?
You know who it is. Listen, the stuff in that bag isn't worth anything to us. If the old man wants his sister, he'd better send you around with enough money to cover it.
Maybe he doesn't want his sister.
But he doesn't want me to talk either, does he?
No, guess not.
And you'd better bring it tonight.
Where to?
At the place where State Highways 18 and 23 meet. You'll find it on the map. And come in the same car so I'll know you. And be alone.
I'll see what I can do.
You'd better. I can wait. Anytime tonight.
Is the Calvert car ready to roll?
It's in good shape. I've got it locked up this time.
Get the map out of your car. Find where highways 18 and 23 meet. Get the sheriff of that county. I'll need a car and a deputy. Right.
I don't suppose I could go.
You're sure I'm going to say no, aren't you? I'm going to surprise you. You'll come in handy to watch Aunt Sarah, and besides, you'll be where I can keep my eye on you.
And you won't have to ride on the trunk rack this time.
You're not Patton.
That's two more, Sheriff. Can't we go?
He
said to wait till he signaled.
I know, but he may be hurt or dying.
There's the signal.
I wonder who got shot. What were all those shots?
First was for me, but I missed. The others were Edwards wrecking the Calvert's car, so I couldn't follow him.
That guy wasn't Patton. Something's wrong. Maybe Patton sent somebody else. Anyhow, we crossed them up real neat. And we got this, didn't we? I told you. Let's get back there in it. Stay here.
Look, will you stay here for once?
There's only a few. We can take care of them. Come on.
Well, look out for that. That's high-pressure steam. They're doing some drilling around here.
Why don't somebody tell me these things in time?
We've drawn some of them away from the shack. Want to rush it?
No, we can't take a chance. Mrs. Cole may be in there. Gotta get rid of those men first.
Get back here.
Can Duke survive this terrific ordeal? Will Barb and his only remaining companion be able to batter down the defense of Edwards and his men? Don't miss A Cry in the Night, Chapter 14 of Who's Guilty, at this theater next week. Bob Stewart of the State Bureau of Investigation, who's been assigned to the Calvert case, a baffling mystery crowded with intrigue. Many people had good reasons to do away with Henry Calvert. For instance, Mrs. Dill, his housekeeper. But she didn't hate Henry. She loved him. Patton, the butler, is a likely suspect. And yet he's apparently tried to help the police. The lawyer, Horace Black, knows much about the deceased man's affairs, perhaps too much. Ruth Allen knows a lot more about the whole affair than you've held. Kurt Bennett, the nephew, and his charming wife, Rita, knew Henry's mysterious brother, Walter Calvert. They might be guilty. Sarah Caldwell, the sister of the dead man, is the most bitter of all. She's admitted that she had every reason to plot her brother's death. But Sarah denies that she had any part in the conspiracy. Last but not least, we have the newspaper reporter, Duke Ellis. On second thought, it couldn't be. Now you've met them. If one of them, just one of them, would tell the truth, I'm sure you'd know who's guilty. Detective work, Bob Stewart has located the hiding place of the Edwards gang. Using a package of worthless paper as a decoy, Bob contacts the gang and attempts to arrest Edwards. Bob, Duke, and a deputy sheriff track Edwards again to a shack in the hills. Edwards and his men prepare a last stand, and as Bob and the others close in on them,
I'm fine, Bob. I'm fine.
Oh, what an experience. I come around here and I expected to see... Bob. Bob. I'm alone again.
Let that be a lesson to you.
Here's another one for you, Sheriff. Probably some more men over in that shack. Maybe holding Mrs. Caldwell. I'll try to make the front door. You keep me covered. You stay with the sheriff.
Sister, we're not leaving yet. Are you doing exactly as I told you, or...
Mrs. Caldwell! Mrs. Caldwell! Open this door. The shack's surrounded.
Go away. If you don't, he'll shoot.
Oh, hey, Sheriff. Mr. Stewart wants you.
He doesn't want me. He wants you.
Yeah.
Hurry.
But don't you think it would be nice if we both went?
Stay by the front door and hold their attention.
All by myself? Where are you going?
I'm going around the side. Now, do as I tell you and be careful.
Open up in there.
Gun, Edwards.
Help! Help! He's trying to murder me!
Be under a doctor's care right now.
All right, outside, you hijackers. Go ahead.
Lock these up for the others, Sheriff. I'll see that Mrs. Caldwell appears against them.
Better take my car. I gotta wait for the bus to take the prisoners in.
Get out of here. Say, you and I work great together, Sheriff. Someday I'll do something for you.
You're all right, Sarah. I don't know that I'm any better off with these men.
Will you get in the back of the car, please, Mrs. Caldwell? You can call me back at this number, operator. Thank you. Now we can get back to your story, Mrs. Caldwell.
I had $100,000 coming to me from Henry.
But you took $200,000.
I didn't have time to count it.
Did you have any kind of agreement or contract with Henry Calvert to show that you were due that amount of money?
Yes, I'll prove that when I get out of here. Henry made himself rich with his relatives' money. We managed to get some of it back. He manipulated matters so that we couldn't do anything about it. We expected to get all that was coming to us when he died. That is, he promised us that.
Do you include Miss Allen in that group of relatives?
I don't know what her connections were with Henry or Walter. She'll have to explain that herself.
I'll talk at the proper time.
Well, Mrs. Caldwell, I'm sure that if everything's in order, you'll get the money that's due you.
There's nothing else I can do about it now.
Hello? Yes, speaking.
It worked out just like you said it would. Patton has someone with him.
Have him check on the new arrival immediately.
Yes, sir.
And I'll sure be glad when you get back. I'm beginning to meet myself in these trick passageways. I'll be there at once.
Glad you're here, Sergeant. I've just found Mr. Walter Calvert.
You, Walter Calvert? Oh, I guess you're the able policeman Patton's just been telling me about. I'm glad to meet you.
Yes, but when? How?
There are a great many things to be explained.
Mr. Walters had a terrible experience. And if you don't mind, Sergeant, perhaps the questioning could wait until Mr. Stewart returns?
Yes, but I've taken complete charge. And when this Mr. Stewart comes back, I'll give him some startling information on the burial of my brother Henry.
Okay, Mr. Calvert, I'll be right outside the door if there's anything you want.
What's the matter, Mrs. Dill? You don't seem pleased with my return.
I'm not pleased with the way you talked about Mr. Henry. He's dead and buried, I tell you. He couldn't have kept you a prisoner.
Don't get excited, Mr. Walter. Mrs. Dill is leaving.
Lock the door. So far, so good. However, Mrs. Dill and that girl may prove to be a problem.
Yes, and Rita and Kurt.
We'll put them where they won't interfere. Come on. I'll talk with Mrs. Dill. Mrs. Dill. Mrs. Dill.
Mr. Henry, I knew you would come.
Listen to me carefully, Mrs. Dill. Don't oppose my brother Walter. He'll betray himself soon.
I understand.
Do as I say, Mrs. Dill.
Yes, Mr. Henry.
Now for a curtain, Rita.
I don't get it. Walter couldn't be too sick to see us.
Kurt,
What?
there's something about all this that doesn't fit. Do you believe that story about Henry not being dead and keeping Walter a prisoner?
Oh, I don't know what to believe. But I know one thing. I'd give a lot to talk to Walter.
You might get a lot, too, if you could talk to him alone.
Someone's on the prowl again.
Kurt, take it easy.
Listen, baby, I quit believing in ghost stories a long time ago. We're to find out what this is all about.
me.
They won't bother me for a while.
No. Things to attend to.
Yes, the reception for the others when they arrive.
Gosh, I wish Bob hadn't stopped in town. I'd feel a lot safer if he were here.
Oh, everything's all right now. Walter Calvert's alive. I can handle him.
Pretty sure of yourself, aren't you?
I've been over this place with a fine-tooth comb. No Kurt, no Rita.
Say, I got a hunch there's a hookup between Rita, Kurt, and Walter. That's why they took a powder.
We don't even know if they left. How long did Mr. Stewart say he'd be in town?
About an hour.
Mr. Walter is rested and will now see you, Miss Allen.
Thank you, Patton.
Say, how about me?
He will interview the press later.
I don't trust that butler. He's got murder in his eye.
You can say that again. No, don't.
Please don't excite him, miss.
Come in, Miss Allen. Sorry to keep you waiting, but I have had a terrible experience, as you no doubt know by now.
I'm here to talk to you about my father's affairs, Mr. Calvert.
Yes, we'll straighten out all those little matters. Now, come closer so that I may see you better.
When will we straighten out all those little matters?
Soon enough. I've been ill. Sure you wouldn't want your father's old friend to endanger his life by getting out of bed too soon, would you?
I've waited years for this moment, and I don't intend to be put off.
But we have matters to discuss that will take hours. Be patient.
Mr. Calvert, I don't believe that...
Why has Ruth Allen come into this room, which now is a deadly trap? She know this man who calls himself Walter Calvert? Who is he? For the amazing solution of all these mysteries, see The Guilty One, the final chapter of Who's Guilty, at this theater next week. Stewart of the State Bureau of Investigation, who's been assigned to the Calvert case, a baffling mystery crowded with intrigue. Many people had good reasons to do away with Henry Calvert. For instance, Mrs. Dill, his housekeeper. But she didn't hate Henry. She loved him. Patton, the butler, is a likely suspect, and yet he's apparently tried to help the police. The lawyer, Horace Black, knows much about the deceased man's affairs, perhaps too much. Ruth Allen certainly knows a lot more about the whole affair than she'll tell. Kurt Bennett, the nephew, and his charming wife, Rita, knew Henry's mysterious brother, Walter Calvert. They might be guilty. Sarah Caldwell, the sister of the dead man, is the most bitter of all. She's admitted that she had every reason to plot her brother's death, but Sarah denies that she had any part in the conspiracy. Last but not least, we have the newspaper reporter, Duke Ellis. On second thought, it couldn't be. Now you've met them all. If one of them, just one of them, would tell the truth, I'm sure you'd know who's guilty. Cornered and desperate, Patton and the man who claims to be Walter Calvert are at bay in the big mansion. Having captured Kurt and Rita Bennett, they now attempt to dispose of Ruth Allen. Ruth Ruth is persuaded to come to the room where the alleged Walter lies, an apparent invalid.
He will interview the press later.
I don't trust that butler. He's got murder in his eye.
You can say that again. No, don't.
Please don't excite him, miss.
Come in, Miss Allen. Sorry to keep you waiting, but I have had a terrible experience, as you no doubt know by now.
I'm here to talk to you about my father's affairs, Mr. Calvert.
Yes, we'll straighten out all of those little matters. Now, come closer so that I may see you better.
When will we straighten out all those little matters?
Soon enough. I've been ill. Surely you wouldn't want your father's old friend to endanger his life by getting out of bed too soon, would you?
I've waited years for this moment, and I don't intend to be put off.
But we have matters to discuss that will take hours. Be patient.
Mr. Calvert, I don't believe that...
I'm sorry to have startled you, Miss Allen.
Miss Allen? Miss Allen? I got a message for you.
What is it, Duke? I'll be back later, Uncle Walter.
She won't be back. She knows who I am.
I just remembered. Bob told me to keep my eye on you and especially see that you don't go into that room.
Where is Bob?
He's on his way here.
We've got to get rid of her and the reporter before the police return.
Say, what are you so excited about?
Come down to the library where we can talk.
Have you the weapons with you?
No, they're down in the workshop.
I told you to carry them at all times. Now get them and meet me in the passage downstairs.
Henry Calvert was systematically robbing Sarah Caldwell, just as he was my father and Walter Calvert.
How did your father get mixed up in this?
He financed Walter's mine after Henry refused to, but the mine was losing money. We know now that the foreman was working for Henry and stealing all the gold. That's why I went to Mexico. But I'm glad that I did now because it settled the mine situation.
Yeah, I don't blame you for running away.
It'll look as if they shot each other.
But why should they?
Let others guess the motives. We'll present them with the evidence.
About that deal upstairs, why do you suppose Bob didn't want you to see Walter?
Perhaps he's afraid we'll conspire to rob the estate again.
That must be Bob.
With me.
Bob, I've something very important to tell you.
It'll have to wait until we talk to Walter Calvert. Let's go. You'll have to wait here.
But why?
Orders?
But there's something he ought to know before he talks to Mr. Calvert.
I'm sorry. Mr. Calvert?
Yes, Mr. Walter Calvert.
Mr. Calvert, did you come directly here when you left your mine in Mexico?
Yes.
Did you see Henry Calvert?
Yes. He was very angry when I arrived.
Why?
Because he'd been robbing me for years, as he had his other relatives.
What do you know about his death?
Nothing. It happened while I was held prisoner.
By whom?
Henry and his lawyer, Black.
Where do they keep you?
Under the barn. I got away when Black was killed.
And when you escaped, you made no effort to contact the authorities?
No, I didn't. I wanted to find out what was going on, what the others were up to, where I stood.
And have you found out?
Oh, yes. I'm in full control of the Calvert fortune now.
What about Kurt and Rita Bennett?
Oh, yes, of course. I have forgotten them for the moment.
I see. I won't trouble you any further just now. I realize you had a bad time. Need a rest. Oh. Have you seen Kurt or Rita lately? No.
Seems to be here, except what they're wearing.
They haven't ducked out again. Not willingly, anyway. I've got to find them.
Why? What do you think's happening?
Almost anything. Call the station. Have them send some men right away. What was it you wanted to talk to me about?
That man is not Walter Calvert.
I know it.
Well, what are you going to do about it?
Let him play his little game within certain limits. Yeah, and rush him right over. Kurt and Rita. The men are all set. You stay here in the hall with the sergeant. Safest place in the house. Remember, keep an eye out upstairs. We'll start with the basement workshop. Right.
If they find out where they're hidden, it'll be too bad for them.
We must watch for another chance to get rid of the others.
Yeah, that won't be easy.
Why not? I fooled that stupid investigator. He thinks I'm Walter.
Somebody's been making their time bomb or a booby trap. Probably planted it where they hid the Bennetts.
Where's that?
That's what we have to find out. It's the most likely looking spot. You're ready to duck. Don't worry. Circuit it was on.
Why?
Well, if I cut it, it's apt to go off, and if I don't cut it, it still might.
See, I've been lucky lately. Let's toss for it. His heads, we cut it. It must have been tails.
That trap was set.
What do you do? I have to check on something.
What was that?
I'll do later.
What is it, Mr. Stewart?
Just wanted to see if you were all right. Had a little accident downstairs.
Yeah, I thought I heard something. What was it?
I don't know yet. I'm going to find out. We're having a little meeting in the library. I'm expecting you.
I
doubt if I'll feel well enough.
I'll be watching for you.
What happened?
The investigator was not as stupid as you thought. He guessed our trap and avoided it.
Then he found the Bennetts. Well, they know nothing definite about us.
About you, perhaps. But what about me?
Yes, you're right. We must make other plans.
And you don't know who it was?
I didn't see who grabbed us, but I've got ideas.
Anything new? I'm hoping to wind this whole thing up in the next few minutes.
It's about time.
If I'd had some help from the rest of you, it would have made things a lot easier. Every line of investigation has led to only one conclusion. I'll tell you what that is in a moment. From the very first, it was evident that our mystery man certainly knew his way around. The ease and speed with which documents disappeared proved that. The lawyer Black was a natural suspect, but the attempt on his life showed that he was not in control. Since his death, we know he wasn't. Several days ago, we located Henry Calvert's dentist. His records show that the man killed in the auto accident that started all this was not Henry. A process of elimination would indicate that man to be Walter Calvert. But the man upstairs claims to be he. I've talked with that man. I know he isn't Walter Calvert. I still believe the man killed in that accident was Walter. Later, I hope to prove it with the help of my good friends in Mexico. All this then leads to the conclusion I mentioned before, and that is that Henry Calvert is still alive.
Very clever, Mr. Stewart. Much too clever for your own safety. You'll regret that you didn't devote your attention to the illegal activities of my dear relatives.
You forget, Mr. Calvert, that you left instructions for me to investigate the cause of your death.
Yes, of course. Mere technicality. Too bad I must send you to join Walter and Horace Black. To make a new will, or I wouldn't leave any of you a cent.
Kurt and I've been rotten. We know it, and we're sorry.
Hey, I don't need my hair parted, or do I?
Patton, you're through.
Get back, or I'll let you have it.
Stop, Bob. He'll shoot.
You better, Stewart. You take another step.
Thanks, Mrs. Dill, for the second time tonight.
He wouldn't let Henry's spirit rest, but he will now.
Everything's going to be all right now.
Mr. Stewart?
Thank you.
Thank you, Mrs. Dill.
It's from our Mexican friend, Jose. He's found the proof he was after. The man killed in Henry's wrecked car was Walter Calvert. What was Walter Calvert to you, not your father?
No. He was my stepfather. My mother died a long time ago, and he was very good to me. I got the real Ruth Allen to let me take her place to settle both of our claims. I thought maybe I could accomplish more if nobody knew that I was Ruth Calvert.
As far as Rita and I are concerned, you can have it all.
We can get by.
Thanks, Kurt and Rita, but from now on, we'll just share things. You mustn't forget about Aunt Sarah.
Dear Aunt Sarah, how she'll gripe when she finds out what she's missed.
Everybody seems to be doing all right but Bob. Maybe you don't know it, but he met Henry Calvert originally by making a phone call for the old man when his car broke down. So I think the least we can do in the interest of justice is see that Bob gets something.
Yeah. Well, what, for instance?
Your nickel.
Oh, thanks. Uh-oh. What's the matter? You want the nickel back?
No, I just realized this is all over.
That's right. So what?
Don't you see? Now I have got to go back to work.